Unlock a treasure trove of practical knowledge, empowering techniques, and lighthearted explanations that anyone can appreciate. Explore actionable steps to harness the innate healing potential of the vagus nerve and activate the Polyvagal Theory in your own life so you can finally live the peaceful, mentally stable life that you deserve.
Hello, this is Yumi Park, and you are listening to the Vagus Nerve and Polyvagal Theory, exploring the neurophysiological foundations of healing, communication, and self-regulation to overcome anxiety, trauma, inflammation, mental stress, and more. Provided to you by United Audiobooks. I hope you enjoy my audiobook. Now, let us begin.
Chapter 1. The what nerve now? The vagus nerve. If that doesn't ring any bells for you, then you've come to the right place. Because as we'll come to see, this nerve plays a fantastically huge role in many aspects of our physical health and a surprisingly powerful part of our emotional states. This book will discuss how and why the vagus nerve is vital. Perhaps most importantly, it will discuss how to use this understanding to harness its powers to help those of us who feel the constant burden of depression and anxiety. But before we dive into all things vagus, let's take a minute to discuss these emotional afflictions that have come to cast their shadows over so many of us. It is no secret that the incidence of depression, anxiety, and other related stressors on our emotional lives are affecting an ever-widening percentage of people in the 21st century than before. According to the latest numbers from the World Health Organization, in 2017, more than 264 million people suffered from depression worldwide. Approximately 800,000 of these people commit suicide every year, making it the second leading cause of death in individuals aged 15 to 29 years. It is the leading cause of disability in the United States among people aged 15 to 44 years. And if you are a person who believes that, as Bob Dylan put it, money doesn't talk, it swears. Here comes a big F-bomb. F stands for financial, of course. The U.S. economy in 2017 lost roughly $210.5 billion through work time losses directly traceable to depression. National Network of Depression Centers. Symptoms of persistent anxiety have a large overlap with those of depression, which is to be expected, as two are essentially different sides of the same coin. But there are a few new telltale signs that anxiety brings to the table. They include trouble controlling one's breathing, feelings of nausea, increased irritability, sweating, heart palpitations, and perhaps worst of all, a general and often untraceable but bone-deep feeling of dread and despair. We are citing all of this not to make you feel hopeless. It is our hope that if you struggle with depression or anxiety, talking frankly at the outset about what's been happening to an increasing number of us over the last few decades will make you feel better. Even if you're not more comfortable with your depression, anxiety, you should feel more comfortable with the fact you are struggling because the numbers of individuals who are suffering like you are legion. Here's a little more news that shines a light or perhaps more aptly casts a deeper shadow on that information. Unsurprisingly, the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic has only increased these numbers. According to the CDC, between August 2020 and February 2021, the percentage of adults with recent symptoms of anxiety or depressive disorder increased from 36.4% to 41.5%. And the percentage of those reporting an unmet mental health care need increased from 9.2% to 11.7%. Increases were largest among adults aged 18 to 29 years and those with less than a high school education. With much of the world closing restaurants, bars, cinemas, theaters, sporting arenas, cafes, and parks, and moving schools to remote learning, thousands of businesses drowned in the treacherous economic waters roiled by the coronavirus, and most people were forced to shelter in place for months at a time. Because of this, it makes complete sense that the rates of mental health crises would skyrocket. This is to say nothing of the punishing and inhumane pressures, traumas, and hours first responders such as EMTs, nurses, and doctors had to endure, which led more than a few otherwise mentally stable medical professionals to resign due to profound trauma. Some of these workers were so emotionally savaged by the pandemic, they even resorted to suicide. The CDC goes further, stating limits on operating non-essential businesses and other measures to reduce pandemic-related mortality led to isolation and unemployment or underemployment, further increasing the risk for mental health problems. Frankly, it will be years before we as a society will be able to accurately process and assess the amount and depths of scars that the worldwide COVID-19 crisis wrought on populations as a whole. This is even worse for children and young adults whose childhoods and young adulthoods were robbed of many of the normal interactions and rites of passage most mental health experts consider an essential part of emotional development. Now, I know that this is not the most cheerful way to start a book, even if this book is about giving you real ideas and techniques that will help you to better cope with depression and anxiety. Also, we just threw a lot of numbers your way, which is usually not the punchy opening readers want as they crack open a new book. And what does all of this depressing news have to do with the vagus nerve? I mean, that is pretty much why you bought this book, isn't it? Let's get vagusizing, you might well be saying. I promise that I'll soon get to that without much further ado. But first, we need to know about what we've been trying to battle against and how and why a growing number of experts believe the vagus nerve is one of our best hopes for coping with and even overcoming these dark feelings that so many of us are going through. Yes, I will use more statistics to be sure, but not at anything like this earlier rate. I feel it is important to provide some context for the problems we are dealing with. Understanding how the vagus nerve has an effect on all of this is important. Most of all, I want you to understand these numbers to put into perspective that you are not alone in your suffering or the suffering of your loved ones. This is a book that will rely heavily on hard science, but not written in jargon. As such, I should be precise where I can. I just rattled off some pretty grim statistics about depression, both in the United States and around the world. But not to be too simplistic, let's start off by clarifying our terms, namely, what exactly, according to medical authorities, constitutes depression. It's a word people like to throw around, but how is it classified by the experts in mental health? Doctors define depression as a syndrome. To better understand this, we should first define the word syndrome. A syndrome, medically speaking, is not one basic attribute, but rather an amalgam of attributes, like bipolar and recurrent or monopolar depressive disorder. These are diagnosed when a patient presents with diminished or non-existent interest or pleasure in activities, which, as a direct result, makes it anywhere from very difficult to impossible to participate in the activities that make up everyday life. There are other symptoms that branch out from this, including irregular sleep patterns, insomnia, or its exact opposite, hyposomnia, loss of appetite or increase in appetite, impairment of cognitive functions, and a formless but palpable feeling of guilt. There are many factors involved, and the predominant agents of these troubling feelings and thoughts vary to one degree or another from individual to individual. Yet for all the miracles of modern science and medicine that we are blessed to have at our disposal, one area that has been relatively lacking is our knowledge of the workings of the brain, or more accurately, the mind. However, we are quickly catching up, and there is no shortage of positive news in this field. Researchers are steadily closing the knowledge gap and have made great progress in learning how our minds operate in just the last few decades. Our collective understanding of the physiological operations regulating our emotional lives expands each year. Anyone who has suffered from severe and persistent depression and/or anxiety is probably aware that there is no shortage of treatments. Many more are developed all the time. Medication has been a mainstay in such treatment for decades, but the variety of medications available now is staggering. The specificity with which they target certain areas of the brain can sometimes yield promising results. In addition, there are many other options, such as transcranial magnetic therapy, ketamine, and even electroconvulsive therapy, known more commonly as electroshock. The latter has made a comeback in a far safer and more effective way than the type that was so calamitously employed in the early 20th century. For all these treatments and discoveries, perhaps one of the most significant is the discovery of the crucial role the vagus nerve plays in affecting our state of mind. As we will come to see, it's a stunningly important component of our mental health, which is vital in fighting depression and anxiety and reducing stress. So it's perfectly natural to ask yourself the question, what on earth is the vagus nerve, and why, if it's so important, haven't I heard of it? It's a fair point. After all, many of you could name at least a few antidepressants off the top of your heads, not to mention other treatments. If it is so crucial to our mental well-being, and the science consistently bears out that it is, then why isn't the vagus nerve more widely discussed? In truth, it is starting to gain a foothold in the public consciousness, but we as a society need to become more aware of the myriad ways it is deeply involved with both our physical and emotional well-being. This is one of the book's key aims. Another is to assist you in your fight against depression and/or anxiety by offering concrete advice on how to help you access the tremendous power of the vagus nerve to help you push back hard against these sometimes debilitating conditions. The possibilities for physical and emotional improvement by learning about and attending to the vagus nerve are real and quite profound. So, are you ready to learn about your relationship with this vital part of your body? Great! Let's start off, as any good relationship should, with a proper introduction. The vagus nerve, like virtually every nerve in the human body, starts in the brain. Technically, it's actually two nerves that branch off from a single source. For the purposes of our discussion, we will generally be referring to them as one. And while the vagus nerve is only one of the 12 cranial nerves, this particular nerve is unique because it is associated with both sensory and motor functions. The vagus nerve was first discovered relatively recently in terms of medicine. It was discovered about 100 years ago in 1921 by a doctor named Otto Lowy. It is shortly thereafter discovered as the first neurotransmitter, which is defined by Webster as a chemical substance that is released at the end of the nerve fiber by the arrival of a nerve impulse and by diffusing across the synapse or junction. In plain language, it means that it releases a chemical that can send information to your brain by going through long channels and branches of subsidiary nerves. The fact that the vagus nerve plays a central role in regulating our emotions didn't enter into the mainstream of scientific thought until 1988, which is more recent still. Given this, the amount of progress that has been made since is beyond impressive. Stimulation of the vagal nerve decelerates the heart rate due to release of the acetylcholine, ACH, and while this information isn't important to know, if there were a quiz at the end of this book, you wouldn't be required to remember it. The vagus became the first neurotransmitter ever discovered. However, this is partially why, unlike many other nerves, fun fact, our bodies have approximately 100 billion of them, which focus on a single area of the body. The vagus nerve is linked to many parts of our anatomy. In fact, it derives its name from the Latin word that means to wander. It's an apt moniker. It is the longest nerve in the human body. Another fun fact, if nothing else, our book has already helped you become the hit of any boring party and is connected to a staggering number of organs, such as your liver, spleen, kidneys, pancreas, digestive system, lungs, heart, and beyond. Most critically for the purposes of our discussion, it plays a major role in regulating what is known as the parasympathetic nervous system. A quick word about that term you just read. This is a book that involves explaining an important scientific discovery, but it is absolutely not a science textbook. So don't be worried that you need a medical license to follow what we'll be delving into. Anything that may sound too technical, we will explain in plain language. There will be no pop quizzes or final exams. Okay, then back to the parasympathetic nervous system. Its main responsibilities are the regulation of your digestion and rest. More broadly, it is a bit like your nervous system's behind-the-scenes movie director that makes sure that your body's various systems are working in harmony with each other. It plays a large part in helping our bodies recuperate from injuries and disease. It also has a heavy to-do list involving many other functions, including your body's involuntary or autonomic function, or the things you do without giving them any thought, but without which you die. These include breathing, heartbeat, and your circulatory system. It also involves vital functions such as speech, breathing, swallowing, libido, and taste. It even tells you when you need to pee. And what oversees this vastly important system? Our friend, the vagus nerve, does. Therefore, the vagus nerve is indispensable for many of our most important anatomical processes. It also plays a critical role on our moods and sense of well-being. For example, it notes when you've expended or are expending a great deal of energy, as shown by your heart rate, and ensures that your body will be primed for rest. It is able to prepare you more easily for the rest by a variety of means, such as slowing your digestion and lowering your blood pressure. Have you ever wondered why, after a day of strenuous labor, you often feel exhausted? Of course you haven't. It's the most natural and logical thing in the world. No argument here. However, it is the vagus nerve that largely creates that feeling. It is essentially ordering your body to get some rest. Studies show that something on the order of 80% of the information transmitted by the vagus nerve goes from the body to the brain, which means that the brain transmits about 20% of the signals to the vagus nerve. It is perhaps why many scientists refer to the vagus nerve as our body's second brain. In other words, the vagus nerve seems to literally have a mind of its own. However, the vagus nerve, so to speak, only human. If you find yourself under persistent stress and tension, which is a state that millions of us find ourselves in when navigating our daily lives, the vagus nerve itself doesn't get much of a breather. In fact, constant stress makes it overwhelmed. It then calls in what doctors call the sympathetic nervous system. This is in charge of what is commonly known as the fight or flight mode that your body switches on during stressful moments. The vagus nerve seems to be a biological genius, and it is. However, it is not immune to making the occasional error. When you feel overwhelmed, like when you have to make a presentation at work or have to endure a family gathering in which your uncle will explain his eccentric political beliefs in maddening detail, your vagus nerve is in the thick of it. However, if that nerve is in some way damaged, and many of ours are to some degree for a multitude of potential reasons that we will get into more specifically later, it often misinterprets your garden variety nervousness or discomfort for legitimate danger and activates the sympathetic nervous system. When the vagus nerve isn't functioning properly, the sympathetic nervous system can sometimes lose perspective, which often results in high levels of anxiety and even outright panic attacks. It can act like the anatomical equivalent of calling in a military airstrike over a parking ticket, and it takes a real toll on our emotional experiences. This is why when we're anxious, we often experience unpleasant physical symptoms such as sweating, an accelerated heartbeat, nausea, and so on. If you've ever experienced these bodily symptoms under duress, it likely means that your vagus nerve is not functioning as it should. Welcome to the club! The vagus nerve is making your body react with too much anxiety to minor situations. As many of us have experienced, our tendency towards anxiety can reach a point in which that feeling lacks any conscious cause. It instead can feel at times like a persistent and sometimes maddening buzz that we can hear all the time. No matter how hard we try, we cannot locate its source. So if you're feeling stress, depression, or anxiety, we can assure you that your vagus nerve is too. In fact, it may well be a large part of the reason why you're feeling such emotional and mental distress. And even if it is not the primary cause, if your vagus nerve feels this way, it exasperates your feelings in a deeply unpleasant reciprocal loop. So what happens when our vagus nerves are damaged? Well, to put it simply, a lot of things, and none of them are pleasant. Among other issues, a damaged vagus nerve can result in such emotional and physical disorders such as depression, anxiety, insomnia, obesity, circulatory issues, and even in extreme cases, Parkinson's disease. The bad news, as you know, is that many of us have damaged our vagus nerves to one degree or another. However, there is good news as well. This book is here to assure you that you have the ability to ensure that things will get better. I can work on helping your vagus nerve to heal, and through that healing, make yourself healthier both physically and emotionally. So, why do most of us have some sort of damage to our vagus nerves? Well, there are many reasons this could be the case, and for a lot of people in modern society, there are often several reasons. If you suffer from chronic diseases such as Parkinson's disease, which paradoxically, as we just noted, can often lead to nerve damage, Huntington's disease, or diabetes, this will often cause nerves to not function properly. And here's a cruel irony about that. Type 2 diabetes can be brought on by factors such as obesity and lack of physical activity. A damaged vagus nerve can also lead to either rapid and unhealthy weight loss or conversely, obesity. As we've covered in some detail already, depression, which often results in a marked lack of physical activity, can also be a contributing factor. Likewise, bodily trauma, such as a car accident, can jostle the nerve slightly out of alignment. For that matter, so can any jolting injury, like playing football, a particularly enthusiastic romp in a mosh pit in the 90s, or a hockey collision. Sometimes the injuries caused may even occur accidentally during the course of surgery. Remember, this is the longest nerve in the body, starting at the medulla, which is located at the back of the brain, and going all the way down to the colon. In addition, it has a vast amount of subsidiary channels that can go to virtually every organ in our bodies. Given all these factors, any injury involving a collision makes the vagus nerve a prime candidate for injury. Smoking and heavy drinking can also cause damage to the nerve. The same applies to a poor diet that relies on too much sugar, salt, and junk food. This makes sense, of course, as the nerve plays such a vital part in our digestive system. This means that damage to the nerve will often result in digestive complications such as gastroparesis, a less than enjoyable condition whose symptoms can include severe and persistent bouts of nausea and heartburn. This is only a small list of issues that can happen with a less than operational vagus nerve. By now, I think we're all on the same page, literally, about the vital nature of the vagus nerve. We've talked about what makes it important. Now let's look briefly into how it plays such an important and multivaried roles. When discussing the vagus nerve, medical experts generally divide its functions into 4 broad categories. The first involves the sensory functions of our bodies. These processes are in turn subdivided into 2 distinct types of sensory activities. What's known as the somatic component is in charge of your skin's ability to feel and swallow. Believe it or not, despite how naturally most of us do it, swallowing is, anatomically, a highly complex activity. In fact, many victims of a stroke that affects the vagus nerve also need prolonged and difficult physical therapy with speech pathologists to relearn that skill. It involves 3 separate muscles, and it must be regulated to make sure you are able to maintain a regular breathing pattern. It also makes sure that whatever you're eating is blocked from entering your airway passages. If you've ever had the unpleasant experience of food going down the wrong pipe, you know how important this act is. The next category is the motor, which involves dealing with much involuntary movements, such as heartbeat and breathing. It also oversees our digestive process. When food enters your stomach, the vagus nerve dispatches the various acids the stomach needs to break down the food into its nutritional components, as well as wipe out unhealthy bacteria. Another important component is the special sensory system, which assists in our ability to taste. Chapter 2. Trust your gut. Because the vagus nerve plays such an important role in both heartbeat and breathing, when we experience stress and anxiety, taking slow, deep breaths can often reduce the level of those negative experiences. When we experience stress or anxiety, the vagus nerve's response is to speed up both the rate of breath and the heartbeat in order to fight or flee. Deliberately slowing down one's breathing sends a message, if you will, that things are under control, and therefore the nerve sends the signal to lower the heartbeat as well as accommodate slower breathing, which is why after the first few breaths, slow breathing often becomes easier. Again, we can see in this example how our emotional experiences and the reaction of our vagus nerves are intimately linked, and one is constantly informing the other. As the vagus nerve plays such a large role in our digestive system, you might conclude that it also plays a role in regulating our feelings of hunger or lack thereof. And you'd be right. If a vagus nerve is functioning less than optimally, it can fail to send our brains the signal that we feel satiated. Again, this is a big part of why many of us eat more than we should when we feel depressed. Of course, there are often profound psychological factors at play as well, but the vagus nerve's ability to mitigate those impulses is weakened. Alternatively, it may do the exact opposite and tell our brains we're full to the point where eating anything more is unthinkable to us, despite the fact we've actually eaten very little. This can lead to unhealthy rapid weight loss and severe malnutrition. We've all had butterflies that we feel in our stomach when we are in the first throes of infatuation, or that slight queasiness when we sense something unpleasant is heading our way. The expression gut feeling is in fact often quite literal. Scientists actually call this the gut-brain axis, which is mercifully an uncomplicated term. The vagus nerve is always on, alert for changes in our emotional states, and it bases a lot of this observation on monitoring the gut. This goes beyond merely telling our brains whether or not we need food, although that's a pretty important piece of information to have. This communication is what makes the vagus nerve inform our gut about how to feel. In many ways, it's best to understand the vagus nerve as the brain's ultimate intelligence gatherer, dictating to the brain how and where to best deploy its resources. This is why maintaining a healthy digestive system will, believe it or not, affect both your physical and emotional lives. How do we improve our gut health? There are many things we can do, including taking probiotic supplements and including foods rich in probiotics. So, we've focused quite a bit on the problems that can arise from a damaged vagus nerve, and again, the term damaged isn't intended to induce panic. But let's not lose sight that there are several ways of repairing it. We'll explore these ways in more depth in future chapters, but we'll name a basic but important one here as a sort of appetizer, if you will. Some of you may not be thrilled to hear this, but there are a few things more effective at this task than exercise. Why? Because if you exercise with as much vigor as you can, and of course it's important to discuss this with your doctor before embarking on any exercise regimen, the vagus nerve also exercises with you. When you've completed your exercise, you tend to feel happy and proud of your accomplishment. The vagus nerve then learns to associate this sort of activity, namely pushing one's body to exert itself physically, with positive feelings. You've no doubt heard too many times to count that exercise is a terrific way of fighting depression, anxiety, and stress. It's true, and the vagus nerve is a big part of the reason why. Plus, you'll be improving your body's overall health, which also helps the vagus nerve. In many cases, you're also improving your confidence, another mitigator of depression and anxiety. These are some of the ways that the vagus nerve has a profound physiological impact on our emotional lives. Ideally, we want the vagus nerve to be highly responsive. The extent to which it is or it isn't the primary determinant of its health, which is something that doctors call the vagal tone. Get used to that term. It will be coming up a lot. A low vagal tone is not good news. Research has shown again and again that a low vagal tone contributes to depression, anxiety, obesity, disruptive sleep patterns, persistent fatigue, which of course impedes both our reflexes and brain function, cardiovascular issues, and other things we don't want. It pretty much contributes to just about any negative physical, emotional, and even intellectual experience we can have other than a low credit score. Yikes! Many of you must be thinking, or maybe you just dropped another F-bomb. So, how do we measure vagal tone? It's not like there's a vagal tone monitor shop at a strip mall near you. Fortunately, there are ways you can still do it. Okay, a quick trigger warning. We're about to throw a fancy-sounding medical term or two at you. However, we have a heart, so there is some good news. We're going to mostly refer to it as a 3-letter abbreviation. So the term we should understand that relates to the vagal tone is respiratory sinus arrhythmia, which would be great words in Scrabble, but not so fun to remember. We'll be referring to it here on as RSA. This condition is very common and largely pretty harmless. Basically, it's the normal variation in heart rate that occurs during each breathing cycle we discussed earlier. The heart rate increases when breathing in and decreases when breathing out. A key sign is the variety of your heart rate, which means essentially to what degree do your heartbeats vary in their length between each other. Most of us think our heart rate is generally uniform, and it generally is in most people in reasonably good health, but it is seldom, if ever, exactly precise. The variation is usually a question of milliseconds. Incidentally, the normal heartbeat rate for most adults is somewhere between 60 to 100 beats per minute. Any heart rate that is above or below that is potentially problematic, and if you fall into that category, it is important to consult with your medical professional. And here's some even more fun facts. There's a point to all of this, we swear. RSA tends to be higher when you're standing up and lower when you're lying down, which is pretty commonsensical when you think about it. Just as logically, it tends to be higher during the day than at night. Duh! Most scientists believe that RSA probably evolved to conserve energy for both the heart and respiratory system when we perceive no danger. So why does this matter? Because while evolutionarily brilliant, we now have largely evolved as a culture in which confrontations with enemy tribes or grizzly bears have become relatively uncommon. And while for the most part this is regarded as a good thing, it does mean that this capability sometimes has no use and can turn against us. This isn't to say we don't experience stress. In fact, it can be argued that although we don't, as a rule, experience the life and death dangers that our ancient ancestors did, we may experience a far more consistent level of relatively low-grade stress with little respite. This is why our vagus nerve, having nowhere to expend this energy in the short bursts it may have been evolved for, turns inward toward our minds, which may be a potent force in producing anxiety and depression. Worse for people like us who aren't especially young. We're not ancient or anything. For example, we do have to occasionally ask for help when downloading apps, but we know precisely what both the words downloading and apps mean, are at an even greater disadvantage. As people age, the intensity of RSA tends to become less, although people in excellent physical health, especially athletes, tend to exhibit strong RSA levels well into old age. There are ways of determining RSA numbers yourself, but you can also ask your doctor to help you. Your doctor will likely write you a note for a laboratory that specializes in such tests. This might sound intimidating. It can also feel intimidating when the technician attaches various electrodes to your body, but it's painless and accurate. The test is called an ECG. For those of you who may own watches that monitor your health constantly, however, there's more good news. Many such watches have ECG devices built in, and many have been given the FDA seal of approval. So you can avoid those electrodes that are painless, but often involve a sticky, goopy substance that's annoyingly hard to scrub off in the shower. Vagal tone research has the potential to offer insight into social behavior, social interactions, and human psychology. Much of this work has been focused on newborns and children. RSA and vagal tone are used as markers to help determine the severity of neurodevelopmental disorders, such as autism spectrum disorders. Other studies have yielded more fascinating results. For example, children who enjoy more intimate and secure connections with their mothers exhibit greater empathetic responsiveness and greater self-confidence. In themselves, these results are hardly surprising. But guess what else kids also tend to almost universally have? I'm sure by this point you've already guessed it. Higher vagal tones. Most scientists have grown confident about their assertions about our vagal tones, as well as our understanding of exactly how and why they occur. This area of study is one of the greatest interest, and it's hard to believe our understanding of these details won't continue to grow at a quick rate in the next few years. What almost all researchers agree on is that an accurate reading of vagal tone opens a wide window into understanding its effects on social behavior, mental illness, and other aspects of psychology. Moreover, the understanding of how and why vagal tone influences both the vagus nerve and our psychological states will likely give us greater insight into predicting what behavioral patterns are likely to emerge for people as they mature, which is why so much of the research has been directed at newborns and children. Though not conclusively proven yet, establishing a core vagal tone in young children can help predict how the children are likely to process the management of their emotions, anxiety, depression, and their general ability to manage their emotional lives. Knowledge of RSA and vagal tone levels has started to be employed in some situations to assess the severity of neurological issues such as various autism spectrum disorders. We have spoken of the health of our vagus nerves as having a reciprocal relationship, a theory which is borne out with more potent evidence each year by these types of research. By now, I think we not only know that the vagus nerve is in many ways central to a seemingly endless array of vital functions of our mental and physical health, but we have a basic understanding as to why. As we've been hinting, you can even use these facts as an icebreaker at dinner parties, though in all candor, we wouldn't recommend it. But we do think that our newfound knowledge can help us go a long way to improving our health by decreasing the likelihood and severity of obesity, cardiovascular disease, sleep disruptions, depression, anxiety, and deep-rooted as well as everyday stress. Now, let's get into a little more specific examples of how so many of our emotional responses to the world around us and within us are controlled by this nerve. For most of us living in the 21st century, stress in everyday life is quite simply unavoidable. In fact, there are evolutionary advantages to stress even in our times. It can motivate us to finish that project we've been putting off rather than binge on a show on our favorite streaming platform, for example. But increasingly, modern society is often awash with stressors both large and small. Running late to pick up the kids, an unreasonable boss, an expensive repair to a car or a home are all sources of stress. Even seemingly minor issues like, say, having to figure out a last-minute birthday present for your insufferable brother-in-law causes a degree of stress. And then there are social media. Let's talk about this for a second. Social media can be a tremendous source of stress for many people, especially teens and preteens, but it is hardly exclusive to that demographic. From futile yet blood-boiling political debates with someone who you shared gym class with in 4th grade to wondering where you went wrong while looking at your friends' pictures of bliss, harmony, and success. Even their pets look happier than yours. Your self-esteem is constantly eroded on these platforms. The irony is that social networks were ostensibly designed to build a sense of community, but instead, they often leave us feeling alienated and isolated. Let's not forget to take into account the severe trauma or even PTSD that many in modern society suffer from, whether it be from the loss of a loved one or a job, the enormous and sometimes overwhelming task of trying to make ends meet, or returning from the savagery of war. Modern life has no shortage of potential blows to mental health. In short, modern life is often a minefield of small but relentless negative experiences. As a result, our vagus nerve calls out the battle-weary troops in the sympathetic nervous system to fend off this assault. But this too helps to create even more unease within our bodies. Oftentimes, these stress events happen so often that the vagus nerve never has a chance to do much other than try to hold on for dear life, so to speak. As is this case for most other animals, Constant stress leads to a diminished capacity to function. In fact, the vagus nerve is often unable to stave off these issues, which is why we can lapse into chronic depression and anxiety or have feelings of failure. An overwhelmed vagus nerve doesn't communicate nearly as well with the brain, which in turn causes the brain to produce an excess of chemicals that directly lead to feelings of depression and anxiety. These problems can in turn lead to obesity and even inflammation of organs and joints, which then makes our bodies vulnerable to a host of other diseases. Let's talk a little bit about inflammation. Inflammation isn't always a bad thing. In fact, it's often a sign that your body is hard at work repairing an injury or fighting an infection. But even when it is happening for positive reasons, anyone who's ever experienced swelling, be it from an infection or a sprained ankle, will know that it doesn't feel good. So, what does the vagus nerve have to do with inflammation? Well, the parasympathetic nervous system, the one that is in charge of handling our bodily reactions that we are unaware of and have no conscious control of, under orders from your brain that are transmitted via the vagus nerve, kicks into action, expanding the blood vessels nearest to the infection site to release more antibodies and swelling injuries to help protect the injured area from further harm. Again, to use the same analogy as we employed in the previous pages of this book, it's easiest to think of the vagus nerve as a head coach or manager. Once it dispatches the parasympathetic nervous system to the problematic area, it feels confident that things are under control, and it can tell the rest of the body that everything is being handled. Therefore, raised heart rate lowers, breathing becomes fuller and less rapid, and a general sense of physiological and emotional calm can once again establish itself. That is, of course, if the vagus nerve is firing on all cylinders. But when the nerve is less than at the top of its game, its ability to act swiftly and powerfully becomes diminished to the same degree that the nerve is unhealthy. An unhealthy vagus nerve can have trouble restoring a proper heart and breathing rate, putting a strain on both your body and your emotional state. It also becomes less effective at regulating the normal healthy reaction of swelling, allowing it to linger for an unnecessary length of time, and in some cases, even becoming chronic. Not only is such a condition, as you can no doubt imagine, both emotionally and physically painful, it can also open the door to painful chronic diseases such as lupus and arthritis. So, listing inflammation as a possible side effect of a damaged vagus nerve when mentioned alongside such ailments as heart disease and circulatory disorders might have sounded like a relatively minor affliction. However, it can have calamitous consequences. As we can now see, it is something to be avoided if at all possible. The odds of fending off inflammation decrease quite a bit if your vagus nerve isn't up to par. As we mentioned, the increasing sense of isolation many of us feel in today's world is a widespread phenomenon. Those who have struggled with depression for any length of time will tell you that one of its primary effects is a profound need to withdraw from other people. They will also tell you that friends and therapists will argue quite correctly that social engagement with friends and family can reduce that sense of deep and abiding existential despair and sadness. Oftentimes, in fact, simply going out into public and having simple exposure to other people can improve one's mood. Likewise, unfortunately, depression sufferers will also tell you that while in the throes of clinical depression, going out and meeting people feels as difficult and overwhelming as running a marathon up a cliff. They simply cannot bring themselves to do it. Even though they likely know it would help, guess what helps to cause that feeling? You guessed correctly if you said the vagus nerve. Our vagal tone, absent during particularly stressful interactions, consistently improves in social settings and suffers during periods of prolonged isolation. Your mileage may vary in this respect. Introverts and extroverts require different levels of social engagement, but all of them require them to some degree. So what happens is a catch-22. The more depressed you become, the more isolated you become, which in turn hurts your vagal tone, which in turn makes you more prone to being depressed, which will invariably lead to more isolation, which then hurts your vagal tone even more, well, you get the idea. Exercise, as we discussed earlier, is a wonderful way of improving our vagal tone and our physical health. But again, we face a cruel irony. For many of us, motivating ourselves to regularly exercise can be a struggle when we're feeling fine. Even people who enjoy being physically active find it exceptionally hard to muster up the mental energy to get off the couch when they're depressed. So, when we don't move around a lot during the day, as many of us do without exercise, we can often find it hard to sleep as well. Our bodies still have energy to burn. Some people with serious depression react in the opposite manner. All they tend to do is sleep. Either way, it leads to the same problem. It throws our circadian rhythms, the part of the brain that regulates our sleep cycles, completely out of whack. Our obsession with screens, from tablets to televisions to phones, doesn't help either, as the blue light which emanates from these electronic devices can sometimes trick the brain into believing it's still daylight. Well, we all know what happens when we don't get enough sleep, right? We become less agile physically and mentally and forgetful. Chronic lack of sleep often lowers our defenses against illness. It also affects the vagus nerve's quality of communication with the brain, which in turn reduces the brain's capacity to produce chemicals like melatonin, which ironically is the chemical that enables us to sleep easily and soundly. Boy, there has been a lot of distressing news in these last few pages, but do not despair. We would not have written this book if we didn't believe wholeheartedly that there are ways of reversing all of these trends that lead to physical and emotional challenges. In the chapters ahead, we'll explore specific steps that you can take to improve your vagal tone. There are steps all of us can do, and the science is now quite clear about the fact that improving our vagal tones will quite literally improve virtually every aspect of our lives.
I hope you are enjoying my audiobook so far. It would be a pleasure if you could let me know how you are feeling about this audiobook in the comments section below. We would greatly appreciate it if you could also like this video and subscribe to United Audiobooks to have access to more best-selling audiobooks in the future. Also, please, if you are interested in getting more free audiobooks, please click the first link in the description below. Now, let us carry on with the next chapter.
Chapter 3. Let's just take a breath, but the right kind of breath. Okay, take a deep breath. We aren't trying to be too critical. We're all on the same team here, but the truth is that many of us just flat out don't breathe correctly. This may sound absurd. After all, we're getting our fair share of air, and isn't that the whole point of breathing? Well, as it turns out, not entirely. We used to breathe correctly. For example, as babies, we breathed beautifully. But then again, we had a lot less to get done back then. But for a host of reasons known and unknown, as we grow older, we start breathing incorrectly. This raises a reasonable question. What do we mean when we claim that we breathe incorrectly? Put simply, we learn to breathe with the wrong parts of our body. Our breathing tends to be centered in the chest as opposed to the diaphragm muscles in our abdomen. Not only does this mean we are forced to include parts of our body that weren't designed with breathing in mind, but we don't breathe nearly as deeply. Great, you may be thinking, now I have to worry about how I breathe? Well, the thing is, there's some very good news about this. It can be corrected over time. And why is this so important a thing to work on correcting? Because deep breathing is mother's milk to the vagus nerve. It's its happy place. This is another reason why consciously slowing our breathing and taking deep breaths are very good and simple techniques to feel a greater sense of calm. In fact, let's delve into this point in a little more detail. Breathing deeply seems simple enough. We've done it for years. When a doctor presses their inevitably ice-cold stethoscope on our backs and commands us to take a deep breath, or when we blow out our birthday candles. But while that's a good start, there's a little more to our definition of deep breathing than stuff like that. Deep breathing, if done correctly and practiced regularly, will have an effect on your mental state that will, in all probability, shock you. So, how should you do it correctly? The key is breathing with your diaphragm, which will, at first, take some concentration and effort. It may sound easy, but many of us will find it hard. Some will find it very hard at first. Here's what most experts agree is the best way to relearn this skill. You should first make yourself comfortable on the floor or any reasonably solid, even surface with something to make your head comfortable, like a cushion, a pillow, or your trusted teddy bear, for that matter. We won't judge. You should then place one hand on your chest and another on your stomach. The reason for this is simple. You will be able to feel the difference between breathing in a shallow manner and a deep one. A deep cleansing breath will cause your stomach to rise as opposed to the feeling a shallow breath gather in your chest. Incidentally, a serious and devoted practice in this process is a given for any trained actor or vocalist. For one thing, it protects the larynx. Shallow breathing, if done throughout a long bout of vocalizing, will corrode the vocal quality to a quiet rasp, which, by the way, is your vocal cord's way of saying, "You're hurting me." Done over time, it may lead to permanent damage. Secondly, it will give you far more control over your breath and make your voice far louder. Think about it. When we shout, most of us do it from our throats. But a truly booming voice can only come from the diaphragm. Also, and this may feel silly at first, but it's really important that you close your eyes when you're doing this. Why? There's not some strange medical reason for this involving another nerve you haven't heard of. It's simply because it will allow you to concentrate better on your breathing without distractions. Some of you might find the transition fairly easy. That's great. But for most of us, at first, it requires a paradoxical mix of concentration and relaxation. Ideally, you want to perform these exercises daily each morning for at least 5 minutes. And when it's done correctly, you should be averaging roughly a half a dozen breaths per minute. That sounds like very little, but this should give you a good sense of the deliberate and unhurried tempo you are aiming for. Some individuals will have to work harder than that, unfortunately. If you feel that you can only achieve deep breathing for 1 to 3 minutes, or if you're breathing about 10 times per minute, you're doing great. Like any other physical activity, you will improve with practice. Let's look at why this is the case. Again, according to Frontiers of Psychiatry magazine in March of 2018, breathing-based meditative technique stimulates the vagus nerve and exerts numerous autonomic effects, including changes in heart rate, improved cognition, and improved bowel function. You heard that last part correctly. And while we assume no one wants to dwell on this topic, let's be honest. Strong and regular bowel function is a healthy sign that the body is working as it should. Deep breathing calms the vagus nerve. It also provides a larger percentage of oxygen to your blood cells, which is a very good thing. Why? Because that allows the brain to produce and release endorphins more frequently and in greater volume. Endorphins are what make you feel happy. So that is a very good thing. By the way, as we've alluded to earlier, deep breathing shouldn't be restricted to a daily ritual. If you're having a moment of real stress during the day and feel your body about to be hit with a tidal wave of anxiety, deep breathing will, at minimum, greatly diminish the size and power of that wave. It seems almost too simple to be true, although learning to do it correctly on a consistent basis may very well take some time. But how can simply changing how we breathe mitigate our anxiety and depression? Well, don't forget that the human body, while not entirely perfect in design, is, when you're treating it right, a remarkable engine that is both complex and simple. Trust us, deep breathing isn't the whole answer, but it's a big part of it. One thing you can do to improve your breathing is yoga. Multiple clinical studies have demonstrated the effectiveness of yoga as not only an excellent way of developing healthy breathing techniques, but also to mitigate the effects of depression and PTSD. Here's another way to help your vagus nerve, and that's singing. You may not be the best singer in the world, but it's still worth a try. The Beatles may well have been onto a deep truth when they urged young Jude to take a sad song and make it better. Perhaps they had an unconscious sense that singing can play an important role in the readjusting of our vagus nerve. Singing, preferably loudly, has a direct positive effect on the vagus nerve. Now, a lot of us aren't necessarily blessed with the best voices. We strongly urge you to get over it. Singing in the shower is always fun, and the combination of rushing water and the acoustics of the tile is perfectly suited to make your voice reach its best. Drive a car? Well, that's not only a convenient mode of transportation, it is also the perfect stage for belting out along with your favorite songs. Join a choir. Sing with friends around a fire. Sing while you're vacuuming or mowing the lawn. If you're a musician, make it a point to play and sing every day when you get the chance. The clear, deep, and proven relationship between singing and improved mental health is directly related to the vagus nerve. When you're singing, the vagus nerve assumes you're feeling safe and happy, and therefore it quickly adjusts your body so it can relax. Furthermore, if you get past any self-consciousness you may initially feel, it's a lot of fun to sing along with your favorite artists or even sing your own tunes. This helps to create a positive feedback loop between you and your vagus nerve. Yes, feedback loops, discussed earlier because of their negative effects, can be a force for good. In a similar way, many Eastern faiths and practices involve chanting, often involving prescribed traditional chants or prolonged humming. It's hard to believe the ancients who started these practices had any scientific data to support the importance of singing, but they were no doubt deeply and correctly attuned to the connection between chanting and an improved and more peaceful state of mind. Westerners have sometimes, unfortunately, looked askance at such practices, but it turns out we would all benefit from embracing these activities and their potential for healing and a greater sense of contentment. If all of this perhaps sounds a little too unscientific, we get it. But as we've shown you already, the scientific community is rapidly coming to understand the importance of the vagus nerve in managing our mental health. You don't have to take our word for it. But we reckon if you are the type who has a hard time picturing themselves sitting in a lotus position, greeting the day with gratitude, and communing with the cosmos, it stands to reason that you would be way more swayed by empirical, evidence-based information. Well, you've come to the right place. We know that meditation and mindfulness can be great health tools, especially due to the positive effect they have on your nervous system. Studies repeatedly and unambiguously show that practicing a type of meditation that focuses on self-care, or what Buddhist monks have called loving-kind meditation, not only improves vagus nerve tone, but also significantly reduces symptoms of depression in PTSD sufferers. It also helps to increase social connections. You may read this and find it somewhat self-indulgent, but it is an approach that quite simply is supported by Western scientific studies conducted by people who are most likely to be skeptical about anything related to crystals, tarot cards, or essential oils. If, however, you are open to this way of viewing the world, you probably won't need much convincing in the first place. The cohort of researchers naturally inclined towards skepticism about meditation include doctors, like clinical psychologist Dr. Ariel Hussman, who has written, "By developing an understanding of the workings of your vagus nerve, you may find it possible to work with your nervous system rather than feel trapped when it works against you." Trust us, she is absolutely not an outlier among her colleagues. Dr. Mladen Goljovic, the medical director of the esteemed Cleveland Clinic, asserts with absolute confidence the vagal response reduces stress. It reduces our heart rate and blood pressure. It changes the function of certain parts of the brain, stimulates digestion, all those things that happen when we are relaxed. When it comes to humming and chanting as a salve for the vagus nerve, there's also no lack of scientific evidence. Dr. Stephen Porges conclusively showed that the vibration these noises require from the larynx stimulate your vagus nerve quite quickly. Given the nerve's intimate association with the larynx, this makes sense. If you don't believe us, try it yourself. Go to a physical space in which you feel comfortable about being overheard and chant words that have a long open vowel and a prolonged sound, such as the traditional chant of Om, practiced for centuries by millions of Buddhist monks and their acolytes. Alternatively, you can opt for a simple The more prolonged the sound you can make without stopping for breath, the more successful and quicker your results will be. Once more, do what you can. Ideally, you'll want to hold the note for at least 10 seconds. If that seems to you like a bridge too far or a breath too far, don't worry about it. The key is to do it as best you can. If you're consistent, you'll find your ability to maintain that sound for longer and longer periods will quickly improve. If you can manage this practice for roughly 10 minutes per session, you'll be well on your way to success. If you can perform 3 sessions every day, that's awesome. If once a day is all you can manage, then that's all you can manage. No one is going to chastise you, and it is decidedly not a competition. Go for it, you high achiever, you. You'll feel a lot better a lot sooner in all likelihood because your vagus nerve will be able to recover quicker. Once again, do what you can and don't get down or give up because you're not able to achieve these goals immediately. It takes about 3 weeks to develop a consistent habit. Be patient with both these practices and yourself. If you aren't noticing a quick return on these tactics on helping your mood, just hang in there. It will come with persistence. Keeping with the theme of practices traditionally associated with Asian cultures, the age-old practice of meditation increases vagal tone recovery, which, as we now understand, will subsequently spike our capacity for positive emotions, as well the promotion of an increased sense of self-esteem, according to extensive research. Now, a quick heads up for those who haven't practiced meditation before. The key word is practice. Even those who have practiced for a long time know that they will likely never achieve a state of nirvana, which, contrary to what many in the West believe, is not synonymous with heaven. The word actually comes from Sanskrit and means nothingness. The aim of meditation is to drain your mind of any thoughts other than existing in that exact moment. This is a worthy, albeit remarkable, ambitious goal. Your concentration inevitably wanders at a speed and consistency that may shock you. It's hard to focus on a lack of focus. But just think of how much of your depression and anxiety you owe to worrying about the past and the future. To experience a few seconds of relief from those temporal traps can be quite healing. Make no mistake, meditation is by no means a quick fix, but rather a practice that will not help with the quick return of your vagus nerve to top form. A long-term approach to its recovery and maintenance of a positive mindset is the key here. A regular, gentle regimen of meditation can often prove an excellent defense against relapses of those toxic emotional experiences. For most people who suffer from depression and anxiety, even the periods in which those feelings ebb can't be enjoyed fully, as most sufferers are hypervigilantly waiting for an omen that will help them see when anxiety or depression will come to assert itself once more. Meditation also tends to increase your capacity to extend forgiveness and acceptance to yourself, which is an important life skill that many sufferers find especially difficult. Studies into this subject have also found that meditation reduces sympathetic fight-or-flight activity and increases vagal modulation. As we know, the vagus nerve and the digestive system have a close, even intimate relationship. More than a few studies have shown the benefits of relaxation-related treatment for irritable bowel syndrome, IBD. Want some more hard, pragmatic scientific proof? A randomized controlled experiment of a relaxation training intervention showed a demonstrable decrease in pain as well as decreased anxiety levels and improvements in quality of life. Anyone who suffers from IBD will have no trouble believing the latter assertion. Conversely, another way of healing our vagal tone can yield relatively quick results. Is there a catch? Well, there always is, right? If there was a sure way to fix everything, we'd have already told you. Having said that, some of you will be fine with this technique and perhaps even enjoy it. For others, it can feel jarring. However, it is worth doing because of its benefits to the vagus nerve. This method is exposure to cold. We're not referring here to bitter frostbite-inducing cold, but exposure to cold is never a welcome thought. Acute exposure to cold, where acute is open to interpretation, activates the vagus nerve and its various neural pathways in a way that, if the vagus nerve were capable of feeling love, it would fall in love with it. Another argument in favor of exposure to cold is that we now know that exposing yourself to cold on a regular basis can lower your sympathetic fight or flight responses, as well as significantly tamper down the parasympathetic nerves. We've already seen that these nerves can sometimes all but overwhelm the vagus nerve if their activity is persistent to the point where the nerve itself becomes injured. Remember the ice bucket craze from a few years back? You could try to bring that back. Or perhaps more practically, when you've completed your shower, stand under the shower head for at least 30 seconds while turning the tap to the coldest level you can stand. Eventually, you'll become acclimatized to it, at least a bit, and then you'll be able to increase your time under the cold water to 45 seconds, a minute, and even beyond. Your vagus nerve will find it invigorating and highly conducive to healing. We've all heard the expression, laughter is the best medicine. While not backed by science, even the grumpiest person can attest to feeling a lot better after having laughed out loud. Talk to your funniest friends, binge on your favorite comedies, do whatever helps you smile and laugh when you feel down as often as you can. At first, you may not feel much in the mood for laughter. In fact, there's a strong chance you won't be. But you don't need to laugh for hours at a time to gain something from this. The evidence for humor as an aid in emotional and even physical recovery has long been documented. But doctors weren't necessarily sure why this was the case. As it turns out, it's the vagus nerve. If you haven't been able to see that coming, well, spoiler alert, pretty much everything we're writing about is going to, in one way or another, come back to that. Persistent laughter that does not have to be a belly laugh to be effective is very good for the vagus nerve. What you're aiming for here is consistently exposing yourself to situations, social and private, in which you are likely to find humor in something. This simple and enjoyable practice has been found to improve vagal tone, specifically through better rates of heart rate variability. Of course, a depressed or anxious person usually finds that laughter may not come easily, or perhaps at all for a little while. But just as much as monitoring your heart rate, it's an easy and important way of charting any recovery you may be experiencing for yourself. Sometimes improvements lead to more improvements, and that's what we're trying to achieve here. And speaking of pleasant ways to help our vagus nerve, here's a rare advantage for those of you suffering from these ailments. You can guilt your partner or friend into a steady regimen of massage, and in particular, foot massage. Instead of it sounding like pampering, you can let your significant other know that you need them to give you a massage to help you feel better. Boom! You've got them, and you won't even be lying. The vagus nerve responds positively to the touch of others, and in particular, a massage. This is the best way to treat your low moods, so you should grab it with both hands. Another suggestion you likely weren't expecting to find in this book are coffee enemas. However, there are many people who speak of its proven invigorating properties. Which brave adventurer first thought to do this is lost to history, alas, but why it works makes perfect scientific sense. A key part of coffee's power is its caffeine content, which is effective in several ways. What it does in enema form is that it produces a reaction that both expands and moves the bowels. Listen, we're not entirely thrilled to be going down this path, but it is science. The essential part of this procedure, in order to attain its maximum effect, is to resist the feeling you will experience to release your bowels. The longer you can resist, the more you can train your gut and consequently the vagus nerve to move your bowels more consistently. You may perhaps be wondering, what is the upside of this, medically speaking? The more consistently your bowels move, the more your body detoxifies itself. The benefits of this to your body are manifold. The vagus nerve has a role to play in even this seemingly routine but very important role. We've saved gargling for last because we thought you'd find it as strange to do to help your vagus nerve as we did. This is not a typo. Gargling actually makes sense, given how many muscles are connected with the vagus nerve. I bet you didn't see that coming, but it is completely true. There's no need to explain to most of the readers of this book that many of the things that have usually given you pleasure, such as movies, music, sports, and even good food, suddenly bring you no joy whatsoever. This condition is known as anhedonia. This word comes from ancient Greek, and it means an inability to experience pleasure in virtually any form. If there's a better summation of the experience of deep depression, we've yet to hear it. As we've said so many times already, when you're feeling better, you're helping your vagus nerve get back into shape, which will in turn help you defeat anxiety and depression. Winston Churchill, along with Abraham Lincoln and a host of other politicians, suffered from chronic depression and termed this condition the Black Dog. Lincoln referred to it as the noonday demon. John Lennon sang about it as the blue mist round my soul. We lack their gift with language, so we'll opt for the more basic description. Depression is one of the worst experiences that a person can have to deal with in their lives. This is why our relatively newfound understanding of the importance of the vagus nerve is such a promising development in the treatment of this crippling emotional disease. Chapter 4. Other treatments. The ones involving people in white coats. So, just how new is this seeming treasure trove of information? Well, the discovery of the feedback loop we discussed earlier between the vagus nerve and our bodily systems of anxiety and depression has emerged in terms of methodically supervised studies within the last decade or so. One approach that seems to hold some promise is known as craniosacral therapy. A CST is done by a very specific type of massaging rhythm aimed at easing the ready flow of cerebrospinal fluid in the area where the brain meets the spinal cord. According to the website Food for the Brain's article, Vagus Nerve Function is the missing link to improving health, a CST practitioner will use their hands to feel for the ease of motion and rhythm of cerebrospinal fluid surrounding the brain and spinal cord. They will then use soft touch techniques, typically 5 grams, about the weight of a nickel, to release restrictions in any tissues which surround the central nervous system. This approach, some doctors and practitioners argue, will aid the vagus nerve. However, we should note that exactly how CST works is merely a matter of informed speculation among scientists, with many different theories currently circulating. There is also not a clear consensus that craniosacral therapy even does work. There are many different theories. What is largely agreed upon is that CST is very safe for the vast bulk of people, although people with conditions such as acute aneurysm, cerebral hemorrhage, recent spinal cord or head injuries, or severe bleeding disorders should not attempt CST. CST is such a gentle, non-invasive treatment, it is even performed on infants. The rare side effects are not especially serious and are usually temporary. They include, according to www.hopeandstill.org, lightheadedness, dizziness, heavy sensation in head, nausea, or pain in the lower back. But it is worth keeping an eye out on the results of more and more CST studies, as research of treatments is accelerating our knowledge of the vagus nerve and treatments continue to improve at jaw-dropping speeds. Several studies focused on transcutaneous treatment for a damaged vagus nerve. Transcutaneous just means under the skin, so it is similar to an injection. This type of vagus nerve stimulation, known as VNS to doctors, has shown conclusively that this type of therapy works at least as well as an earlier treatment, known technically as vagus nerve stimulation. VNS is an FDA-approved therapy that gives doctors another weapon against both depression and, oddly enough, epilepsy. VNS, however, is a serious undertaking and is only allowed to be tried after several steps. It's for this reason that doctors are limited in their ability to employ this treatment. For one, they aren't allowed to use this therapy as a first resort. Only after several different treatments are attempted with no effects on the patient's condition, a psychological state known technically as treatment-resistant depression is diagnosed. The patient undergoes a thorough physical examination to establish the patient's ability to withstand surgery, and then doctors can attempt VNS. The procedure may seem like a superhero origin story, but it boils down to the surgeon implanting a device under the skin in the patient's chest that has the ability to consistently elevate the patient's mood. According to an article published in a 2018 edition of Frontiers in Psychiatry magazine, a pilot study that examined the application of VNS in 60 patients with treatment-resistant depressive disorder showed a significant clinical improvement in 30 to 37% of patients and a high tolerability. That number was large enough to give many psychologists and psychiatrists skepticism and optimism in equal measure. To help disabuse many skeptics of their doubts, more tests were done, most of them confirming the treatment's great promise. 5 years later, the stimulation of the vagus nerve for the treatment of refractory depression, essentially another term for treatment-resistant depression, was approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, which is not easy to do without an extended period of rigorous testing. Certainly, VNS seems a very promising treatment, but it is not something you want to try until other methods have been exhausted. Nonetheless, more than 10,000 people have undergone the procedure over the last 12 years, and it seems a logical assumption as this approach becomes both more refined and better known that these numbers will increase. Although the first iteration of this surgery often had unpleasant side effects, lower facial weakness being just one, these unfortunate occurrences have largely resolved themselves in recent years as the surgery has improved. For the vast majority of people, vagus nerve stimulation is safe. In January of 2022, a new generation of this vagal electrical stimulation, also known as neuromodulation, was developed into a smaller, singular neurotransmitter, which is currently tested on mice. This may lead to even smaller, more precise, and consistently reliable alternative therapies with fewer chances of side effects. However, in rare cases, there are occasional side effects, most of them temporary. Temporary vocal cord paralysis is possible, and so is permanent paralysis. Other side effects include hoarseness, swallowing difficulties, change in voice, persistent headaches, shortness of breath, persistent cough, and insomnia. If you suffer from sleep apnea, it may also exacerbate that. We feel compelled to include the potential downsides of a VNS implant, but we also do not wish to overemphasize them either. The list of ailments we listed in the previous paragraph are usually temporary and extremely rare. VNS is something worth talking to your clinician about. The FDA, as we stated earlier, has approved VNS procedures, but only if the patient meets the following criteria. 1. Has chronic hard-to-treat depression, treatment-resistant depression. 2. Has failed to improve after a minimum of 4 medications and electroconvulsive therapy, ECT or both. 3. continues depression treatments in conjunction with vagus nerve stimulation. In Europe, scientists in Antwerp, Belgium, began using VNS for the treatment of tinnitus, damage to hearing in which the sufferer hears a constant hum or buzz in their ears, after researchers at the University of Texas discovered that VNS was exceptionally good at softening or eliminating it. The results of this study were published in 2011, which may seem a long time ago. This is a small tick of the clock in terms of scientific knowledge that shows that our understanding of these procedures is yielding unforeseen benefits. Oddly, scientists are not entirely sure why it works. Rest assured, they're working hard to figure that out. That's actually not as uncommon as you might think. We can take this revelation as a positive or negative thing. Scientists do know that it seems to work on many patients for whom there seemed to be little hope of ever escaping the long shadow of depression and anxiety. We also do know that VNS alters the activity of many areas of the brain. The vagus nerve has structural connections with several mood-regulating limbic, part of the brain that regulates emotions, and cortical, the part of the brain that is largely responsible for our 5 primary senses, areas of the brain. PET scans consistently show declines in resting brain activity in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex that acts as the limbic system's immediate superior. VNS results in chemical changes in those parts of our brain, which goes a long way, perhaps, to explain its antidepressant effects. We gave a one-sentence summary of what VNS entails, but some of you may want a slightly deeper dive because we are, after all, talking about surgery. In a VNS procedure, surgeons implant a device that will use mild electrical impulses in order to stimulate the vagus nerve. This stimulator is again FDA approved to treat both depression and anxiety as well as epilepsy. There's one vagus nerve on each side of your body, running from your brain stem through your neck to your chest and abdomen. When this VNS is activated, the device will send electrical signals along the vagus nerve to your brain stem, which in turn forwards these signals to certain areas in your brain. Doctors perform this operation on the left vagus nerve, as the right vagus nerve is more likely to affect the heart. Surgery to implant the vagus nerve stimulation device is at times done on an outpatient basis, though there are many doctors who recommend an overnight hospital stay. The surgery itself usually takes between 60 and 90 minutes to complete, during which you may be given a localized anesthetic or a general one. If you are worried about the notion of any surgery that involves mucking around your brain, there's some good news for you. This surgery doesn't actually involve your brain. The surgeons will make 2 incisions, one on your chest or in your armpit, and the other on the left side of the neck. The surgeons then place what's known as the pulse generator in the upper left side of your chest. The device is meant to be a permanent addition to your body, but if there are persistently negative side effects, it can be removed. This device is roughly the size of a pocket watch and is powered by a battery. A wire is connected to the pulse generator. That wire is then connected to your vagus nerve. The pulse generator will be turned on in a few weeks later during a visit to your doctor. Afterwards, its job is to deliver electrical impulses to the vagus nerve at varying currents and lengths of time. As a rule, vagus nerve stimulation usually begins at a very low level and then will gradually increase until it reaches an optimal level. According to the Mayo Clinic, adjusting the electrical impulses can help minimize these effects. If side effects are intolerable, the device can be shut off temporarily or permanently. The stimulator doesn't detect symptoms. Once activated, it will cycle on and off at intervals which will be decided upon by your doctor. You can use a specially devised magnet to temporarily turn off the vagus nerve stimulation, which may be necessary when you do certain activities such as public speaking, singing, or exercising, or when you're eating if you have swallowing problems. You'll visit your doctor on a regular basis, of course, to make sure that all systems are continuing to function optimally. But if VNS surgery doesn't sound like your cup of tea, the good news is that VNS surgery isn't the only medical treatment that can help with ailments involving the vagus nerve. There is another treatment known as TVNS, which is a non-invasive technique. This procedure centers on sending painless electrical currents to electrodes placed on specific areas on your body, most commonly targeting the vagus nerve, particularly the vagus nerve located in the neck. This technique, some doctors claim, elicits hypoactivation and hyperactivation in the sections of the brain that affect mood, which means the effects in the treatment of anxiety and depression, both long-term and short-term, can be as harmful as they can be effective. Nonetheless, this treatment seems to have yielded largely positive results in its first few years. The Wall Street Journal said of TVNS, Columbia University Associate Clinical Professor of Psychiatry Richard P. Brown says he has used the device with 400 severely depressed patients and that more than 70% find relief, about twice the rate of antidepressants that help regulate depression and anxiety. The FDA, however, isn't quite as impressed as of now and has yet to give its seal of approval to this newer, less proven treatment. They're not alone in this. A study published in the December 2021 issue of Science Direct concluded that it is uncertain whether TVNS reduces depressive symptoms and anxiety. Although existing studies show promising results, further studies are needed to increase the certainty of evidence. Conversely, the researchers admit that available studies are few and heterogeneous, have major study limitations, problems with directness, and imprecision. This lack of hard and conclusive evidence hasn't stopped many companies from building their own versions of TVNS and peddling them online. Though some studies on TVNS treatment show clear promise, many other scientific inquiries have proven less than conclusive. Nevertheless, some doctors, exasperated by the lack of progress of more traditional methods, can sometimes be persuaded to try it. These techniques have been approved in Europe to treat epilepsy, depression, and chronic pain. However, although they have yet to grant their approval, the FDA may soon get on board. According to the Mayo Clinic, some limited treatments have been given a preliminary permission, such as a non-invasive device that stimulates the vagus nerve was recently approved by the Food and Drug Administration for the treatment of cluster headaches in the United States. The fact that treating the vagus nerve can be used to cure or ameliorate various ailments is not only an exciting prospect for both patients and doctors, but also another reason to feel optimistic that the FDA is looking at such treatments. For example, roughly 1/3 of those who suffer from epileptic seizures either don't respond or don't respond fully to anti-seizure drugs targeted for epilepsy. Vagus nerve stimulation, either via operation or non-invasive means, may be an option to reduce the frequency of seizures in people who haven't achieved control over them with medications. Additionally, researchers believe that such procedures may aid in the future treatment for a myriad of conditions, including persistent headaches, rheumatoid arthritis, bipolar disorder, again a subset of the depressive category, IBS, and obesity. Some scientists also hope that these treatments may help to tackle Alzheimer's disease. It can take months or longer after the procedure before you would notice any clear improvements in your depression or anxiety symptoms. Implanted vagus nerve stimulation isn't a panacea, but it seems to offer promise as another effective treatment in the battle against this disease. Some of the latest and most important medical studies also indicate TVNS can help in not only treating these diseases, but can allow doctors to try to work preemptively to mitigate or prevent the disease before it has a real chance to catch hold. We now strongly believe that if a pregnant woman has a poor vagal tone during pregnancy, there is a fair chance that it will be passed down to her child. Again, it is hard to overstate how new the notion of the vagus nerve as central to all manner of mental disorders as well as disorders of the brain really is. And while pessimists might lament that we don't know all we need to already, we would counsel these pessimists to have a little patience. Because the flow of new information about the vagus nerve comes almost too fast to keep track of, and the news frequently contains bombshell revelations. For example, conclusive studies done in 2016 showed that stimulation of the vagus nerve could very well help reduce symptoms in not only the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis, but other inflammatory diseases such as Crohn's disease, Parkinson's disease, and Alzheimer's disease. Individuals who had previously failed to show many signs of improvement after other treatments consistently reported tangible and statistically marked improvements when they underwent treatments that centered on healing the vagus nerve. While according to the online medical journal Medical News Today, not many serious adverse side effects were noted. Chapter 5. You are what you eat. Quite literally, to an extent. We spoke earlier about how a good diet will help the vagus nerve. However, what do we mean by good in the context of the vagus nerve? Well, if you recall, we briefly mentioned probiotics, and while there are too many foods to list here, yogurt is a big one. We should perhaps take a moment to understand exactly what probiotics are. But first, a brief word in defense of an organism that has gotten a lot of bad press throughout the years, the misunderstood bacteria. As you may know, our bodies are absolutely brimming with bacteria. What's the numerical equivalent of brimming? As it turns out, it's 39 trillion, give or take a few. Obviously, if our bodies have so much bacteria, they can't all be bad. In fact, not only are many of these bacteria not bad, but also quite a few are necessary to keep us alive. Studies performed on animals have shown strong evidence that certain bacteria are a key component of communication with the brain. Of course, this involves the vagus nerve, which oversees these communications. These benefits have a profound, positive impact on behavior and mood. So, how can we facilitate this improved communication involving the vagus nerve? By using probiotics. Probiotics are vital in maintaining the health of good bacteria that is mostly found in our digestive systems. They help to stimulate the efficiency of an acid that we will mercifully only refer to by its acronym, GABA. GABA is a neurotransmitter, something that transmits signals from the nerves to the brain. GABA has several functions, and its presence has the effect of calming feelings of anxiety. When the vagus nerve receives probiotics, it produces larger quantities of GABA, which, as we've just explained, is obviously an emotional and physical boon. Again, animal experiments involving probiotics have been fairly conclusive in their health-promoting properties. As just one example, experiments have demonstrated, according to Frontiers in Psychiatry magazine, the chronic treatment of mice with Lactobacillus rhamnosus, a type of probiotic, caused a reduction in stress-induced corticosterone levels and in anxiety-like and depression-like behavior. Even more glaring and promising in their conclusions are the experiments which have shown distinct differences in the composition of the bacteria in the digestive systems of patients with depression in contrast with those of healthy individuals. Further biological samples pooled from 5 patients with depression transferred into mice without those bacteria have resulted in depressive-like behavior. The conclusion seems clear. The happier our guts and our vagus nerve, the happier our outlook on the world is. Another mental health issue, namely PTSD, seems to respond specifically well to probiotics. Indeed, probiotics may potentially decrease stress-induced anxieties such as PTSD. One exploratory experiment showed that patients diagnosed with PTSD and other trauma-related anxieties showed lower levels of probiotic bacteria in their digestive systems. Probiotics do even more things to help the vagus nerve, such as enabling it to help stave off excessive inflammation, whose negative consequences we went into some depth about earlier. The bottom line is that it's in your best interest both physically and emotionally to eat a diet rich in probiotics. Before any changes to your diet, even if it is to add healthier choices, you should consult with your physician so they can counsel you on the best and safest choices to make that are tailored to you. Let's talk about two words we generally don't associate with good health, namely fatty acids. Our bodies need them. They really need them. Remember a while back when we described the human body as being not quite perfect? Well, omega-3 acids would be a good example of why. Without a supply of omega-3 acids, we would die. And yet our bodies cannot produce these fatty acids. They are required entirely through our diet. The omega-3 fatty acids present in seafood, for example, have a myriad of health benefits. Most of them are related to the health of the vagus nerve. They can help lower blood pressure. The vagus nerve is involved with the circulatory system, which of course means that they act as impediments to heart attacks, heart arrhythmia, and strokes. If omega-3 acids gave us those things and only those things, we would still prostrate ourselves in gratitude metaphorically. But omega-3 acids are not only about these things. They play a key role in enhancing brain function as well as the development of vision and nerves for infants. Granted, newborns do not appreciate a well-prepared salmon, which is why nature has chosen to go the breast milk route as the best means to introduce omega-3 acids into infant systems. Fish can make you smarter. Studies show that those who make fish a regular part of their diet have up to 14% larger hippocampus sections in their brains. The hippocampus houses most of our capacities for memory and learning. Fatty acids like omega-3 are indispensable to our health and well-being. Let's not misunderstand what we mean when we use the word fatty. Some fat is good for us, while another fat is not. We're not saying you can't eat a cheeseburger or an ice cream sundae on occasion. By all means, live a little. Just don't think you're doing any part of your body other than your taste buds any favors. But there are such things as good fats, and the omega-3 fats are at the top of that list. They are primarily found in fish. Salmon is especially rich in them, as well as walnuts and seaweed. These specific fatty acids are essential for, among other things, the maintenance and improved function of the vagus nerve. Tryptophan, an essential amino acid for humans and also, more famously, the reason you can barely keep awake after Thanksgiving dinner, is also a vital nutrient for maintaining a strong vagal tone. How precisely can something that makes us so sleepy and lethargic also boost our spirits? This is because one of the tryptophan's most critical qualities lies in its ability to act as a contributor to the release of serotonin. This is likely the reason that lower tryptophan levels have been consistently associated with wider and deeper levels of depression. A little over 90% of all serotonin synthesis occurs in our digestive tracts, which is yet one more reason to treat your gut the right way. In addition to turkey, asparagus is also a tryptophan-rich food. Olive oil, too, makes a great supplement for gut health. Kefir and kombucha are also treats that are filled with vagus-healing nutrients. Leafy green vegetables, such as spinach, are chock full of vagus-enriching nutrients, as is poultry. In addition to the aforementioned tryptophan, poultry tends to be high in zinc, which the vagus nerve can't get enough of. For those of the vegetarian or vegan persuasion, do not despair. There are plenty of zinc-rich alternatives such as almonds and chickpeas. Zinc supplements are also available. In fact, while we are on the topic of supplements, there are many dietary supplements targeted specifically at retaining and improving your vagal tone. Sometimes, of course, you are also what you do not eat. For example, the variability of our heart rates, as we discussed earlier, is one indicator of our vagal tone. Some scientists have argued that intermittent fasting or reducing your daily calorie consumption helps encourage optimal heart rate variability. If this is true, periodic intermittent fasting may help stimulate the vagus nerve. Frankly, one fact almost all medical authorities do agree on is that most of us have a caloric intake that could use some trimming down. This does not apply to all of us, and the road to many eating disorders is paved with an obsessive count of calories. If you do or feel you might suffer from such a disorder, it is of the utmost importance that you seek out help from a medical professional or continue to follow the course one has charted for you. Adult males, according to the U.S. Department of Health, generally require between 2,000 to 3,000 calories per day to maintain weight, while most adult females need around 1,600 to 2,400 calories. If you track your calories for a few days, you may be surprised at your daily intake. If your caloric intake is significantly above this range over the course of several days, you may want to consider cutting back. This usually necessitates cutting back on foods that are not great for us and the vagus nerve anyway. So even if fasting isn't conclusively good for our vagal tone, for many of us, cutting back on our consumption of calories will likely help the vagal tone. And let's not forget probiotics, which are the most direct line to a healthy digestive system by providing your stomach and intestines with healthy and helpful bacteria. A lower caloric intake may not be a bad idea either. Chapter 6. Where should I go to find my vagus whisperer? So by now, if you're still listening, you're aware that virtually all of the leading mental health medical researchers believe that the vagus nerve and its health is directly and intimately involved in virtually all aspects of your health to one degree or another. Most specifically, it controls your emotional life. You have also learned about a variety of activities, some more surprising perhaps than others, to keep our vagus nerve in shape or to return it to health. We've also discussed in some detail the many ways in which your dietary choices affect your gut health, which for all intents and purposes is synonymous with your vagus nerve health. We hope and believe that you will find this information and the techniques we outline to be a big help in helping to battle your feelings of depression and/or anxiety. Indeed, we believe they can do more than help. We believe it can make the critical difference many of us need now more than ever. One thing we have yet to meaningfully discuss, however, is among the most basic of questions regarding the vagus nerve. Whom should we turn to when it comes to the need to assess the health and prescribe treatment for our vagus nerves? We recommend you schedule an appointment with your neurologist. If you do not have one, ask your health provider for recommendations. As the vagus nerve is a neurological issue, your neurologist is your obvious first stop. However, although all neurologists are versed on the vagal tone, it's still a very new field. Because of that, you'll want to make sure your doctor is an active proponent of the possibilities of vagal nerve treatment. Like any other medical theory in any other branch of medicine, there is a spectrum of knowledge and/or enthusiasm for certain approaches and treatments, depending on the practitioner. In fact, there are some doctors who have begun to concentrate the majority of their practices on the vagus nerve and its health. Again, such doctors should be reasonably easy to find, and there are many such doctors in private practices as well. Indeed, certain groups of doctors have established clinics, both virtually and in real life, that cater exclusively to patients and their vagal tones. Some of these groups are for-profit organizations, and while this by no means suggests they aren't staffed with brilliant and compassionate doctors, or as one such organization terms themselves, polyvagalists, it is simply better to be aware of their status. The bottom line is to do your research and to not be afraid, as much as your geographical and financial situations will allow you to search for a while to find a doctor or team you will feel be most likely to address your needs. Treat it like buying a new car. You should probably be willing to be at least as exhaustive when it comes to searching for what your gut literally and figuratively tells you will be best attend to your emotional peace of mind. At the very beginning of this book, we spoke about the fact that depression and anxiety diagnoses have seen a steady upward curve during the last 20 years. We alluded to a couple of reasons behind the situation, but we didn't want to do a deep dive at that point because we could almost hear you shouting, "Get to the vagus nerve!" However, we want to explore this a little more in depth. We certainly don't claim to have the answer to this multi-layered problem. The seeds of depression have not only bloomed, but have also become overgrown. It does not seem like the issue is likely to go away anytime soon either. From an evolutionary standpoint, society has transformed from living in small communities where everyone knew each other all their lives and seldom traveled more than a few miles from their homes. We're not advocating we return to these days, but it's quite a radical departure from how we live today. Our bodies, including our vagus nerves, are having a hard time navigating cultural waters that have simply not been made for swimming in. Here's another thing. Many of us, via social media, have come to have many of our interactions with others not in person. There are many interactions with people we've never met. Until very recently, most of us lived and interacted with only those we knew and only in person. So what's the point? The point is that modern life has stripped most of us of a sense of context about others and most critically of ourselves. And this is innately disorienting, which sends panic signals to the vagus nerve, making it desperate to interpret an influx of data it doesn't have a firm enough footing to interpret. Just as we know context is important in a conversation in order to fully understand what's discussed, a viable and reliable context in which to interpret ourselves without any context of who we really are is critical to figure out who we are, both to ourselves and to others. That's a surefire recipe for alienation. Alienation causes depression and anxiety as a natural reaction. News channels spin rather than report, which by definition requires removing context from every story they report. Social media has a way of showing nothing but happiness and success to project to the world. Unless we know these people in real life, we can't really get to the truth of their lives. I originally typed lies there, a Freudian typo. Even that goal is purely aspirational. The names of these social media sites, as we know, are Old Norse words, meaning where nuance goes to die. Faced with all of these forces and with either a plethora of free time or not a minute to stop and breathe and evaluate, we are robbed of any real context of ourselves. The way we live our lives now strips us of the thing we used to be conscious of. Without context, you're looking at yourself in a funhouse mirror, and you're also looking at the world that way. This has happened over a long period of time, so we failed to notice. We're not saying that's the whole answer by any stretch. We're just wondering if it isn't at least a part of it. All of this is to say, self-blame is part of the dark ghosts that further cloud the minds of sufferers of the sometimes crippling effects of depression and anxiety. And if you walk away with one lesson from this book, then we've done a bad job. One of the key lessons we hope you come away with that is not directly related to the vagus nerve, its functions, and how to best maintain a healthy vagal tone is that your illness is in no way a sign of weakness or lack of character. There isn't a single sufferer who hasn't heard this more than once, often from people that we love. And they're just utterly unambiguously wrong. In fact, given the world as it is these days, one can argue that feeling depressed is a sign of empathy and awareness. Not that this should ever stop you from trying to get better. Indeed, it should be a spur, because the world needs all the empathetic people it can get these days. Some more promising news that is almost as important as the exciting frontiers being constantly discovered about the vagus nerve is the fact that in many corners of our society, depression and anxiety are losing their stigma as a sign of weakness. Speaking candidly about it to others helps to educate people more, but you are under zero obligation to ever do so. Your main priority is getting and staying well. And if that includes maintaining your privacy, 1, that's what you need to do. And 2, taking care of yourself is at times a struggle in and of itself. Don't feel the obligation to educate others as well. Some people find it helpful to talk about depression, but many do not, and there's nothing wrong with either approach. One thing that you might think about sharing is the miracle that is the vagus nerve, because as we hope this book has demonstrated, everyone benefits when their vagal tone is strong. Chapter 7. Pop Quiz. Remember when we promised you that there wouldn't be any quizzes? Well, that was sort of true. The good news is that there won't be any quizzes for you, but we are going to be put to the test or quiz by having your, or rather our idealized sense of you, ask us the kind of questions we have thought you might ask. Sounds fun? Not to us either, but let's face it, what else have you got going on right now? Exactly. So here are the rules. You, or rather us, trying to channel you, will ask us questions about some of the many things we've discussed in this book, which sadly is starting to wind down. Then we will do our best to answer your questions in a way that will reinforce what we've learned. Questions? Good. Okay, here we go. True or false? Depression and anxiety cause the economy of the United States to lose billions of dollars each year. Answer: absolutely. In fact, it is the single most common reason people call in sick to work. Although they seldom admit this to their bosses, studies have shown. True or false? Depression and anxiety affect the vagus nerve and vice versa. Answer: nothing personal, but these questions are real softballs. We're worried you think we can't handle the tough stuff. After all, we wrote a book about it. Well, we almost have. We will very soon. As you can tell by holding it or looking at your e-reader, we're almost through. Anyway, the answer is yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. That, after all, is sort of the central point of this book. Our vagus system, for all of its remarkable abilities, is not terribly adept at proportionate responses. It is still thinking we're one step away from being eaten by a hungry wolf, when in fact we simply have an essay due next week, or we haven't got a text back after 10 minutes from the person we've been on 2 dates with, and sometimes there's no reason at all, or at least no reason that you can consciously discern. Question: one of the seemingly endless parts of the body of the vagus nerve plays a central role in which one would you consider the most important? Answer: this is a trick question, isn't it? Well played. You or us as you, whatever. That's hard to say. So many are vital. It's like asking us to pick our favorite child. What we will say is that for the purposes of this book, the gut-brain connection is by far the most relevant when it comes to affecting anxiety and depression. We're going to cheat a little bit on this question by giving you a broad answer, and that is the vagus nerve's most important function affects the issues of depression and anxiety, and it does so based on its relationship with controlling and monitoring our sympathetic nervous system. For those of you who may have forgotten what the sympathetic nervous system does and are frankly too lazy to go back to the beginning of the book, no judgment here. In fact, in an odd way, we have a lot of respect for that self-knowledge. It relays signals to the vagus nerve regarding the classic fight-or-flight mechanism. Some of you may be saying, but I thought the adrenal gland handles that. Yes, but what do you think gives the signal to the adrenal gland to get fired up? It's the sympathetic nervous system acting on direct orders from the vagus nerve. Question: what sort of food should I eat in order to promote a strong vagal tone? Answer: first of all, way to do a humble brag by using the phrase vagal tone. Foods rich in omega-3 oils will work wonders for your vagal tone and, frankly, the rest of your mental and physical health. We provided a partial list of foods typically rich in these oils. Remember, omega-3 is vital to our health, but our bodies are incapable of producing it. Fish is the most common source, but as we heard earlier in this book, there are many other ways to get your share of omega-3 acids as well. Tryptophan is also highly important in promoting good gut health and helping the vagus nerve. Question: Are things such as mindfulness, deep breathing, and even yoga truly helpful in reducing our levels of stress? Answer. Once more, the answer is here in unequivocally a yes. All of these will help you to slow your breathing, clear your minds, and as a result, reassure the vagus nerve that all is well. Should you wear your yoga pants outside of a yoga class setting? We don't feel qualified to answer. That question is best taken up with your partner or the context. For example, not on a job interview, unless you're interviewing to be a yoga instructor. Question. Will having a healthy vagus nerve solve all of our personal issues? Answer. No. If there were a single thing that could do that, and if we had knowledge of it, trust us, we would charge a lot more for this book. But what a healthy vagal tone will be able to help you with is coping with whatever you're going through, which in a way is perhaps even better. Challenges, as we all know, are very often good for us. They allow us to learn, grow as people, and accrue wisdom. But when we face life's challenges and become too overwhelmed, or sometimes even feel overwhelmed by the simple act of being awake, our vagus nerve can play an important role in helping us to feel that we can grab hold of the reins of our lives once more. And that, we think we can all agree, is a skill well worth developing. Chapter 8. Don't think of this as goodbye, but rather as a chance to catch up on other books. We certainly hope we've been able to provide you with not only a sufficient amount of evidence to not only believe in the now irrefutable science that has taught us of the importance of the vagus nerve for our mental health, but also to embrace this fact as a clear and deeply helpful aid in coping with depression and anxiety. We also firmly believe we have provided you with sound strategies to help your vagus nerve help you. It is odd to contemplate that something like depression, which when it hits us feels so deeply personal, so intrinsically linked, or even tightly woven into what many of us perceive as our most basic essence. This is what some may call the soul, or for the less spiritually inclined, our true nature. For many, these feelings have been so pervasive, so powerful, and so constant and innate that it's easy to confuse them with the basic core of who we are. Given our feelings and our strange yet natural emotional attachment to these feelings, it's almost impossible for us to conceive of anything capable of untangling those feelings from our sense of self. And yet the fact that you've got this book is proof that you're still willing to try. To do so is a risk and a real act of courage. If nothing else, you should take some pride in the fact and should not, as you may instinctively do, downplay it as a real show of character and strength. And as an odd sense as that can be, it is perhaps odder still that a nerve in our bodies can play such a large role in dictating our emotions. After all, what feels more intimate, inextricably you, than your emotions and internal lives? Some of you might even resent this notion. Some might find it somehow robs us of our emotional autonomy. We hear you. Such feelings are natural. But what we want to emphasize is that our knowledge of the vagus nerve and how it can affect our emotions does not mean that it controls who you are any more than a lack of sleep nullifies your basic nature. Sure, you may be irritable or sleepy as a result, but you hardly make value judgments about who is at your core because of a bad night's sleep. We hope you will view this information as an effective tool to reclaim who you truly are and give you a path to achieve all of your potential. Our understanding of mental health is still relatively new, and our cultural attitudes toward it are even less enlightened. Don't let either of these circumstances prevent you from forging ahead to beat this illness and doing everything you can to defeat it. Unfortunately, we cannot give you a specific plan for how you should go about this specifically. We don't know you, although, in a sense, we like to think we've bonded during the course of this. So such decisions are obviously left to your healthcare provider. If you don't have a professional working with you on your emotional well-being, we urge you in the strongest personal terms to get on that as soon as possible. What we do feel confident in asserting, though, is that the health and maintenance of your vagus nerve will absolutely help you on the path to seeing the world through the clear lens you deserve, a lens without the dense fog of depression and anxiety. We feel confident that what you've learned here can be an invaluable tool in that quest. And a quest is what it is, and for many of us, it is a lifelong quest. We have every faith that you will succeed at this quest. We believe and know that we have provided you with a valuable weapon for this quest. We would wish you luck, but we have the utmost faith that with persistence, determination, and the right help, seeking out help is also not a sign of weakness or a failure of character any more than going to a surgeon when you need your tonsils removed. You will prevail. We hope and believe you'll allow what we've learned here to be a part of your healing. If you enjoyed this audiobook and you've learned how to unleash your vagus nerve and its healing power, an honest review is always appreciated and will help us reach new listeners just like you who struggle with the vagus nerve.
Introduction. Life often places us on a roller coaster of emotional experiences, from moments of happiness and calm to periods of nervous tension. We might wonder how our bodies mostly navigate these ever-changing states with seeming agility. The answer lies within us, particularly within a unique theory centered around one cranial nerve, the 10th cranial nerve, also known as the vagus nerve. Welcome to the fascinating world of polyvagal theory. When I met John, he was a senior manager at a multinational corporation which I consulted for during a particularly difficult time in social and economic environments worldwide. John seemed stressed and was struggling with emotional and mental balance. One day, he shared with me that most of his relationships at work and home often broke down after a short while. When I asked why he thought that happened, he was quiet for a while, then acknowledged that he was not always feeling safe and secure, that he wanted to make the right decisions, and that he always wanted to be liked. He was second-guessing himself, fluctuating between feeling frustrated, angry, withdrawn, and isolated. The few people whom he felt comfortable asking indicated that this seeming instability lessened their trust in him and made them more cautious and wary. Feeling his fear in my own autonomic nervous system, I recognized that he was probably poorly regulated. Despite the many reasons that could be at play from his past, I suggested that he read about polyvagal theory and apply some of the exercises experts recommend. I thought about John occasionally over the course of many years until we met again at a conference. He was a totally different person from before. He told me that knowing about and applying the polyvagal theory completely changed his life. So, before we catch up again with John, let us explore what polyvagal theory is all about. The basics of the polyvagal theory. Introduction to the polyvagal theory. Developed by Dr. Stephen Porges in the 1990s, the polyvagal theory presents a revolutionary perspective on the way our nervous system interacts with our experiences. This theory centers around the functioning of the vagus nerve, one of the longest nerves in our body, and its crucial role in dictating our emotional and social behavior. By decoding the language of our nervous system, the polyvagal theory opens up new dimensions of understanding our physiological responses to safety and danger. So, why does this matter? Well, the polyvagal theory is not just an academic topic for psychologists and neuroscientists. It is a concept that resonates with every breath we take, every emotion we feel, and every interaction we have. It is a hidden but substantial thread weaving through the fabric of our everyday experiences, connecting our internal bodily functions with our external social interactions while greatly affecting our mindset and mental well-being. At the heart of the polyvagal theory lies a simple yet profound message. The state of our nervous system influences how we show up in the world. Our body's perception of safety or threat influences our ability to connect with others, express ourselves, function, and even love. The theory provides a physiological context to explain why we might feel socially connected and safe in some situations, while in others we may experience fear, disconnect, and an intense urge to withdraw. Understanding the polyvagal theory is like being handed a roadmap of our inner physiological landscape. It equips us with a new language to interpret our bodily signals and emotional states. By bringing into our conscious awareness the subconscious workings of our nervous system, the theory empowers us to be active participants in shaping our well-being. We eliminate blind spots about ourselves and others and regulate ourselves better. In the coming sections, we delve deeper into the evolution of the polyvagal theory, its principles, and its intricate relationship with the autonomic nervous system. As we unpack these concepts, keep in mind that this theory is not a distant scientific hypothesis, but our life story that plays out within us every day, influencing our life and relationships in more ways than we might realize. This journey through the polyvagal theory is a discovery of the hidden dynamics of our being. It is about uncovering a new layer of self-awareness and embracing a fresh perspective on what it means to be human and resonate positively with other beings. The evolution of the polyvagal theory. Unraveling the threads of the polyvagal theory takes us back to the groundbreaking work of Dr. Stephen Porges in the late 20th century. Trained as a psychologist with a keen interest in the interplay of mind and body, Porges sought to understand the underlying physiology of our emotional experiences and automatic responses. His curiosity and exploration culminated in a pioneering neurophysiological theory that has revolutionized our understanding of human behavior and emotion. The polyvagal theory. Before the advent of the polyvagal theory, the study of the autonomic nervous system was generally confined within a dichotomous framework, dividing our physiological responses into two states, namely fight or flight, sympathetic arousal, and rest and digest, parasympathetic calm. This binary model, however, left several physiological phenomena unexplained, stimulating Porges's curiosity to explore further. Porges's journey into the unknown was fueled by a simple yet profound question. What if there is more to the human nervous system than just a binary toggle between arousal and calm? His pursuit of this question led to the formulation of the polyvagal theory, which uncovered a third type of autonomic response, characterized by the type and intensity of social communication and connection. Central to the polyvagal theory is the role of the vagus nerve. This 10th cranial nerve had been recognized by researchers for its involvement in parasympathetic activities such as rest and relax. However, Porges identified that the vagus nerve is not a single, unified entity. Instead, it is comprised of two distinct branches, each with different evolutionary origins and functions, leading to the prefix poly, meaning many. Porges's work illuminated that the older, unmyelinated, i.e. lacking a myelinated or insulating sheath, branch of the vagus nerve, termed dorsal vagal, is associated with immobilization behaviors, like fainting and freezing. On the other hand, the newer myelinated branch, referred to as ventral vagal, is linked to social engagement behaviors and the state of calm and relaxation. The dorsal nervous system comprises the spinal column, brain, spinal cord, and tissue surrounding these areas. The ventral nervous system is made up of the thoracic, abdominal, and pelvic cavities. But the polyvagal theory's contribution extends beyond just scientific understanding. It offers a compassionate perspective towards our emotional responses. By providing a biological explanation for our reactions to stress and trauma, the theory helps us see these not as moral failings or weaknesses, but as innate responses coded into our nervous system, meant to help us cope and survive. Decades after its inception, the polyvagal theory continues to inspire a growing body of research, providing new insights into fields as diverse as mental health, trauma therapy, communication, and education. Through its emphasis on the profound interconnection between our physiology and psychology, the theory underscores the essence of our human experience, that we are, at our core, social beings wired for connection. Understanding the principles of polyvagal theory. Delving into the principles of the polyvagal theory unveils a captivating narrative about our physiology and its influence on our emotions, behaviors, and social interactions. 3 fundamental principles form the foundation of this theory, namely hierarchy, neuroception, and co-regulation. The hierarchical principle refers to the ordered way in which our nervous system responds to our environment. Imagine this hierarchy as a traffic light system. The green light corresponds to the ventral vagal complex, the newest and most evolved part of our nervous system. It fosters social engagement and feelings of safety and calmness. The yellow light represents the sympathetic nervous system, an older system responsible for mobilization responses like fight or flight. Finally, the red light corresponds to the dorsal vagal complex, the oldest part that governs immobilization responses such as freezing or fainting. This hierarchy elucidates how our body responds differently to varying degrees of perceived safety or threat. The second principle, neuroception, is the term Porges coined to describe how our nervous system makes subconscious evaluations of safety, danger, or life threat without requiring conscious awareness, which enables a much more speedy reaction. For instance, entering a warmly lit room filled with familiar faces can subconsciously trigger our neuroception of safety, activating our ventral vagal system and promoting feelings of calm and openness. In contrast, seeing a face that reminds us of an abuser can immediately trigger our fight or flight response. The final principle of the polyvagal theory is co-regulation, highlighting our biologically driven need for social interaction and connection. Co-regulation speaks to the way our physiological state can be influenced by the state of those around us. When we are in a safe and supportive social environment, our nervous system can mirror this safety, leading to feelings of calm, connectedness, and well-being. On the flip side, when someone else is on edge and nervous, we tend to replicate this state. Grasping these principles of the polyvagal theory invites a profound shift in our understanding of ourselves. It provides a biological framework that explains why we react the way we do in different situations. The theory helps us realize that our physiological responses are not random or arbitrary. Instead, they are guided by an intricate, adaptive, and deeply intelligent system aimed at ensuring our survival and often developed based on past experiences. In essence, understanding the polyvagal theory is about gaining self-compassion and empathy towards our own and others' emotional states. It is about realizing that behind every emotional response, there is a physiological story unfolding, a story that connects us deeply to our human nature and to each other. Appreciating these stories allows the veil to drop and bring hidden responses into the consciousness. The autonomic nervous system and the polyvagal theory. To truly appreciate the intricacies of the polyvagal theory, it is essential to explore its relationship with the autonomic nervous system, ANS. The ANS is a division of our peripheral nervous system responsible for regulating involuntary bodily functions, such as heart rate, digestion, and respiratory rate. This behind-the-scenes maestro of our internal functions operates largely outside of our conscious control. The ANS is divided into 2 primary subsystems, namely the sympathetic nervous system, SNS, and the parasympathetic nervous system, PNS, both of which the polyvagal theory helps illuminate. The SNS, often associated with the fight or flight response, prepares the body for action in the face of perceived threats. It is like an internal alarm system that, when activated, results in increased heart rate, blood pressure, and alertness to quickly prepare us for potential danger. In the process, we do not have to activate the complex thinking center of our brain, the cerebral cortex. On the other hand, the PNS, traditionally linked with the rest and digest functions, promotes relaxation and restoration when the body perceives safety. It helps to slow heart rate, stimulate digestion, and conserve energy to maintain a state of calm and peace and recuperate strength and well-being. The polyvagal theory brings a refined understanding of the PNS by illustrating it as a two-tiered system, reflecting the dual branches of the vagus nerve as previously mentioned. The ventral vagal pathway, a myelinated branch, aligns with social engagement behaviors and feelings of safety. Conversely, the dorsal vagal pathway, an unmyelinated branch, is related to immobilization responses, like fainting, that are triggered when life-threatening situations are perceived. All put together, this tripartite conception of the autonomic nervous system, ventral vagal, social engagement and calm, sympathetic, fight or flight, and dorsal vagal, immobilization, provides a more nuanced understanding of our physiological and emotional responses. Rather than viewing the ANS as merely a system that vacillates between states of arousal and relaxation, the polyvagal theory unveils a more dynamic system, finely attuned to our environment. In this sense, the polyvagal theory is like a lens through which we can perceive the symphony of our autonomic functions. It enables us to realize that our nervous system is not just mechanically responding to internal and external stimuli, but is constantly engaged in maintaining our well-being and promoting survival. Even if not perfectly balanced or adaptive, it is meant to protect us and help us cope. It is this understanding of our deeply interconnected physiology that invites us to approach our experiences with increased compassion, self-awareness, and resilience, helping us to achieve balance and adaptation. Relevance of polyvagal theory to everyday life. Embracing the polyvagal theory is not just about deepening our intellectual understanding of human physiology. Its real magic lies in its profound relevance and application to our everyday life. The theory offers a blueprint for understanding our emotional responses and provides practical tools for fostering resilience, enhancing communication, and nurturing healthier relationships. One of the most transformative implications of the polyvagal theory is its ability to cultivate self-compassion and empathy. By recognizing that our emotional states are manifestations of our underlying physiological responses, we can better understand and accept our reactions to stressful or challenging situations. In an important sense, the polyvagal theory normalizes our emotional distress that affects our behavior. Instead of judging ourselves harshly for feeling anxious, stressed, or disconnected, we can extend kindness to ourselves, knowing that our bodies are just trying to keep us safe. Moreover, the polyvagal theory can empower us to consciously influence our physiological state. Through practices such as deep breathing, mindfulness, and social connection, we can stimulate our ventral vagal system, the pathway linked to feelings of safety and social engagement. Over time, these practices can help us build physiological resilience and increase our capacity to navigate life's stressors with greater ease and equanimity. In the context of relationships, the polyvagal theory underscores the importance of social connection and co-regulation. It reminds us that our nervous systems are inherently social and are continuously influenced by the physiological states of those around us. This understanding can inspire us to favor and foster safe, supportive, and nurturing relationships that can enhance our collective well-being. Furthermore, the polyvagal theory can inform more effective communication. Recognizing the physiological underpinnings of our emotions can help us express our needs and feelings more accurately and empathetically without shame or embarrassment. This heightened emotional literacy can lead to deeper connections, increased understanding, and more satisfying interpersonal dynamics. In essence, the polyvagal theory does not just pertain to the realms of neuroscience or psychology. It relates directly to the lived human experience. By offering a holistic, compassionate, and nuanced perspective of our physiology and emotional life, the theory equips us with a powerful framework for self-understanding, growth, and transformation. Understanding the vagus nerve and its functions. In the second chapter, we go on a journey to understand the anatomical marvel that is the vagus nerve, a key player in our emotional and physiological well-being. The vagus nerve, also referred to as the wandering nerve, is one of the longest cranial nerves in our body, boasting an extensive network of connections that play key roles in maintaining our well-being. The exploration of its functions will illuminate how intricately it is involved in regulating our heart rate, digestion, and even our emotional responses. As we unravel the importance of the vagus nerve within the framework of the polyvagal theory, we will delve into the concept of vagal tone and its significance in our lives. Anatomy of the vagus nerve. The name vagus stems from the Latin word for wandering, a fitting descriptor given the extensive reach of this nerve within our bodies. The vagus nerve, also referred to as the 10th cranial nerve, begins its journey within the brainstem's medulla oblongata region. From there, it embarks on a long journey, descending down the neck and extending its branches throughout the body. Left and right branches of the vagus nerve innervate various regions of the body. Their influence can be felt across organs such as heart, lungs, liver, and digestive tract, making their reach both widespread and profound. Remarkably, however, the vagus nerve is not only one way. Both branches work simultaneously. It is a mixed nerve composed of both afferent, sensory, and efferent, motor fibers. Sensory fibers convey information from our bodies to the brain, such as organ function or stomach fullness. Meanwhile, motor fibers send messages back down from our minds directing organs to perform certain functions, such as slowing heart rate or stimulating digestion. This bidirectional communication channel allows the vagus nerve to serve as a critical link between our brain and body. Furthermore, the vagus nerve is unique in its composition. As highlighted in the polyvagal theory, the vagus is composed of two distinct pathways, the ventral and dorsal vagal pathways. The ventral vagal pathway, also known as the smart vagus, is myelinated, meaning it is coated with a fatty layer that enables faster signal transmission. In contrast, the dorsal vagal pathway is unmyelinated, leading to slower signal transmission. These dual branches play a significant role in our physiological and emotional responses as we delve deeper into the subsequent sections. Functions of the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve, in its wanderings, connects the brain with a host of vital organs in the body, facilitating crucial physiological functions. This vast network underlies the multitude of roles that the vagus nerve plays, making it instrumental in preserving our overall health and well-being. The vagus nerve is best known for its role in supporting the autonomic nervous system, ANS, particularly through the parasympathetic branch. The ANS, as we learned in Chapter 1, is responsible for the automatic bodily functions that happen without our conscious control, such as heartbeat, digestion, and respiration. The parasympathetic system, often referred to as the rest and digest system, serves to conserve energy and maintain a state of calm in the body. Here, the vagus nerve is at the forefront. Within the parasympathetic system, its primary role is regulating heart rate. In an ideal state of relaxation, our body sends signals for it to slow its heartbeat down accordingly and promote a sense of calmness and relaxation. This function, called vagal tone, is crucial to our capacity to navigate stress and recovery. Another critical area of influence of the vagus nerve is the digestive system. The vagal nerve plays a pivotal role in digestive processes, including food movement along the gut, production of digestive enzymes, and regulation of hunger satisfaction signals. Therefore, disruptions in its function may result in various digestive issues, including IBS or gastroparesis. Furthermore, the vagus nerve plays an integral part in regulating our breathing. It provides sensory feedback to the brain about lung inflation and controls the muscles involved in voice production and swallowing. Moreover, by stimulating the release of surfactants necessary for the lungs' functioning, it plays a role in neonatal respiratory adaptation at birth. Perhaps less known, but equally important, the vagus nerve has immunomodulatory effects. Vagus nerve is an integral component of our body's anti-inflammatory response and known for activating what is referred to as the cholinergic anti-inflammatory pathway, where vagus nerve signals the release of acetylcholine, a neurotransmitter that helps dampen down inflammation responses. Finally, the vagus nerve contributes to our emotional responses and social engagement behaviors, playing a central role in the Polyvagal Theory. Emotional regulation is achieved via the connection between the vagus nerve and amygdala, two brain regions vitally involved with emotion processing via vagal nerve reflex. Indeed, the versatility and reach of the vagus nerve speak to the essential nature of its roles, ranging from those that are immediately palpable to those that subtly but continually maintain our well-being. The vagus nerve is our silent sentinel, continually monitoring and responding to changes in the internal environment and communicating these changes to our brain, facilitating appropriate responses. Understanding its functions allows us to fully appreciate its influence on our overall health and well-being. In particular, the vagus nerve serves as an intermediary between conscious experiences and physical conditions. Its bidirectional communication function allows the brain to alter our bodily functions based on our psychological state and also provides feedback from our bodies to our minds. This interplay is of utmost significance in our experiences of emotion, stress, and social interactions. As we delve further into the vagus nerve's role in the polyvagal theory in the following sections, this bidirectional mind-body connection becomes even more critical. It establishes the basis for understanding how we react emotionally and socially, providing insights into managing mental health conditions like anxiety, depression, and PTSD. Thus, the vagus nerve, while being an essential physiological entity, is also a linchpin in our emotional and social experiences. As previously discussed, the vagus nerve is an indispensable part of our physical, psychological, emotional, and social well-being, serving an integral role in maintaining optimal physiological, emotional, and social well-being. Its functions range from the fundamentals of maintaining our physical health to the complexities of human emotional responses and social engagement behaviors. As we navigate the complex pathways of the vagus nerve, we gain not only knowledge of its basic functioning, but also of how its underpinnings shape our emotional experiences and behaviors. The importance of the vagus nerve in our lives, as we shall see, extends far beyond its anatomical presence and biological functions. The vagus nerve and emotional responses. The vagus nerve is more than an anatomical structure. It represents our body's delicate connection with mind, most notably when responding to emotional stimuli. The ability of the vagus nerve to influence and be influenced by our emotional states underpins its vital role in mental well-being and social engagement. The connection between our vagus nerve and emotional responses lies within the bidirectional exchange between brain and body. Emotions, as we understand them, are not solely confined to the realms of our minds, but are embodied experiences with physical sensations often accompanying emotional states. The butterflies in the stomach before a big presentation or the rapid heartbeat during moments of fear are testimonies to this embodied nature of emotions. At this point, the vagus nerve plays an integral part. It transmits bodily sensations to our brains, shaping emotional experiences. One key concept related to vagal tone refers to its activity level. A higher vagal tone, associated with more frequent and robust vagus nerve activity, is linked to a greater capacity for emotional regulation. This is because a higher vagal tone enables faster and more effective engagement and disengagement of the parasympathetic nervous system, facilitating quicker recovery from stress and fostering emotional resilience. On the flip side, a lower vagal tone, indicating less active vagus nerve functioning, is associated with difficulties in emotional regulation. Individuals with lower vagal tone may find it challenging to regulate their emotions effectively, resulting in an elevated stress response and potential negative emotional states such as anxiety and depression. Vagus nerve's influence on emotional responses extends far beyond our internal emotional states. It extends to social engagement behaviors, including communication, empathy, and bonding. This is a significant part of the polyvagal theory, which proposes that the vagus nerve, particularly its ventral branch, is linked to the social engagement system. When active, this system facilitates feelings of safety, enabling social engagement behaviors and positive emotional states. The vagus nerve also plays a role in the physiological responses associated with emotional experiences. This can range from changes in heart rate and respiration in response to stress, to the warm, relaxed feeling associated with social connection and feelings of safety. Therefore, the vagus nerve serves as a crucial link between our physiological state and emotional experiences. Understanding how the vagus nerve influences our emotional experiences and responses can provide insights into physical manifestations of emotional states or disorders. For example, anxiety disorders often manifest physical symptoms such as rapid heartbeat, shortness of breath, and gastrointestinal distress. Symptoms which we know play an integral part in anxiety disorders progression. We know now that the vagus nerve plays a crucial role in regulating bodily functions that play into anxiety disorder symptoms. Disruptions can cause these physical manifestations. The relationship between physical and emotional is evidence of our interconnection between bodies and minds as we witness our bodies communicating their messages via vagus nerve. The vagus nerve plays an integral part in both emotional and stress responses, helping the body return to a state of relaxation following stressful events through its parasympathetic nervous system. However, in individuals with a lower vagal tone, this rest and digest response may be less efficient, leading to a prolonged stress response that can contribute to anxiety and other negative emotional states. Vagus nerve not only plays an essential role in controlling negative emotional reactions, but it is also essential for experiencing positive ones, specifically those associated with social engagement and being connected. Studies have linked activating the vagus nerve to feelings of social connectedness and positive emotions. This is in line with the polyvagal theory's assertion that the vagus nerve is an integral part of the social engagement system. As has become clear, the vagus nerve acts as a link between our physiological states and emotional experiences. It plays a significant role in emotional regulation, stress response, and the experience of positive social connections and positive emotions, giving us greater appreciation of their holistic nature. Emotions don't simply reside in our heads, but throughout our bodies too. Overall, the vagus nerve acts as an integral link between our bodies and minds, shaping emotional experiences and behaviors. This ability of the nerve to shape emotional responses highlights its essential role in mental health and well-being, providing the basis for therapeutic interventions designed to increase vagal tone for improved emotional regulation and social engagement. Understanding this connection can empower us to harness the power of the vagus nerve in managing our emotional health, fostering resilience, and enhancing our social relationships. As stated above, the vagus nerve is not only an important physiological entity, its influence over emotional responses and body-mind connection makes it essential to emotional well-being. It provides a window into understanding our emotional lives more holistically, giving us the tools to manage our emotions effectively, foster resilience, and enhance our social relationships. Knowledge of this nature provides the basis for applying polyvagal theory in supporting mental health and well-being, which we will further examine in future chapters. The vagus nerve and the polyvagal theory. According to Stephen Porges, the originator of the polyvagal theory, the vagus nerve is not a solitary unit, but rather contains different fibers that are functionally differentiated. That means different aspects of the vagus nerve serve different roles, contributing to our body's complex responses in different circumstances. Understanding this complexity is essential to grasping the full implications of the polyvagal theory. The polyvagal theory emphasizes the role of the vagus nerve in two primary physiological states: fight or flight response and rest and digest response. These states, controlled by the autonomic nervous system, allow us to react to environmental threats and then recover once the threat has passed. The vagus nerve, through its link with the parasympathetic nervous system, plays an integral part in supporting this recovery phase. However, the vagus nerve is involved in both rest and digest responses, as well as fight or flight reactions, due to its dual myelinated-unmyelinated fiber composition. This facilitates its dual role. The myelinated vagal fibers are linked with the social engagement system, promoting calm states and social connection. In contrast, the unmyelinated vagal fibers, referred to as the dorsal vagal complex, are associated with immobilization behaviors, like fainting or playing dead, which can be viewed as an extreme form of the fight or flight response. Porges suggests that these different vagal pathways can be activated under different circumstances, leading to different behavioral and physiological responses. For example, when we perceive a situation as safe, the myelinated vagal fibers can promote social engagement and feelings of calm. However, when we perceive extreme danger, the unmyelinated vagal fibers may become activated, leading to immobilization behaviors. Implications of this understanding are far-reaching. It highlights that our bodies are equipped with nuanced and flexible systems for managing stress and danger. It also provides a physiological explanation for why we may respond differently to different forms of stressors, while emphasizing the vagus nerve's central role in mediating responses. In essence, the vagus nerve is the physiological cornerstone of the polyvagal theory. Understanding its function and the way in which it influences physiological and emotional responses can empower us to harness its potential and improve our well-being. The importance of vagal tone. In our exploration of the vagus nerve's functions and its role in the polyvagal theory, we have come across a critical concept, that of the vagal tone. But what is vagal tone, and why is it significant within the context of polyvagal theory and our everyday lives? Vagal tone refers to the activity of the vagus nerve. More specifically, vagal tone refers to the level of parasympathetic influence over the heart, which can be measured via heart rate variability, HRV. Simply stated, HRV measures how often time passes between heartbeats. Higher HRV values, which indicates increased vagal tone, have been linked with improved health and well-being. A high vagal tone, resulting in a greater HRV, reflects a robust and responsive autonomic nervous system. In practical terms, this means that a person with a higher vagal tone can adapt more effectively to stress, showing a swift and efficient fight or flight response when needed, and a rapid return to a rest and digest state once the threat is no longer present. In contrast, a lower vagal tone suggests a less responsive autonomic nervous system, potentially leading to prolonged stress responses and difficulties in returning to a relaxed state. Within the polyvagal theory, vagal tone is considered a key marker of the body's capacity to regulate physiological and emotional responses. Those with a higher vagal tone are typically better equipped to handle stress, engage socially, and maintain overall mental and physical health. This understanding provides a potential physiological explanation for variations in emotional resilience and social behavior among individuals. The significance of vagal tone extends to various areas of life and health. Studies have associated higher vagal tone with numerous positive outcomes, including enhanced emotional regulation, greater social connectedness, decreased anxiety and depression levels, and enhanced cognitive functioning. Conversely, low vagal tone has been linked with cardiovascular disease, stroke, mental health disorders, and cognitive deficits. In conclusion, the vagus nerve, a key player in the polyvagal theory, plays a multifaceted role in our lives. It helps regulate our body's functions, influences our emotional responses, and shapes our social interactions. Vagal tone has far-reaching implications for our health and well-being. Understanding its functions and understanding its influence on human emotion are keys to making changes that align with our body's natural wisdom and lead to improved health, resilience, and social connections. As we wrap up this chapter, it is crucial to reflect on how the intricate vagus nerve and its role within the polyvagal theory can influence our day-to-day lives. Understanding the fundamental functions of the vagus nerve, how it impacts our emotional responses, and how it interacts within the framework of the polyvagal theory opens the door to optimizing our psychological and physiological well-being. Most importantly, recognizing the importance of vagal tone gives us the knowledge and tools to potentially influence our vagal tone, empowering us to manage stress effectively, engage socially, and maintain overall mental and physical health. In the subsequent chapters, we will delve deeper into the practical applications of the polyvagal theory. The next chapter will focus on the connection between polyvagal theory and mental health. Thereafter, we will explore how this theory can be applied to improve communication and relationships, enhance performance, and integrate polyvagal practices into daily life. With this foundational understanding of the polyvagal theory and the vagus nerve, we are well equipped to continue our exploration and begin applying these principles to our lives. The journey towards harnessing the power of the polyvagal theory to improve our relationships, performance, and overall health is just the beginning, and we have exciting discoveries awaiting us in the chapters to come. The connection between the polyvagal theory and mental health. In the third chapter of our journey into the polyvagal theory, we consider its touchpoints with mental health, an essential and often misunderstood dimension of human life and experience. The polyvagal theory gives us the opportunity to appreciate mental health as a result of both psychological factors and physiological responses, of which are often instinctive and subconscious. This knowledge gives us new insights into how our bodies, in particular our nervous systems, influence our mental well-being. In this chapter, we explore the close relationship between the polyvagal theory and various mental health conditions. These include stress responses, anxiety disorders, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. With this information, we can help you understand your own mental health better. In this and the following chapters, we will provide you with the tools to manage and enhance your well-being effectively. Let's begin by examining how the polyvagal theory offers a unique perspective on mental health. The polyvagal perspective on mental health. In traditional views of mental health, such as the medical model that focuses on dysfunctions, psychological factors are often at the center. As a result, practitioners see distress in emotional experiences, thought processes, interpersonal relationships, and life events as the primary drivers of mental health conditions. But the polyvagal theory proposes a more integrated perspective, wherein mental health is seen not merely as a product of our minds, but as a complex interaction between our mind and body. In other words, our psychological and physiological systems. From this perspective, we can gain unique insights into our mental health, which open up new ways to improve our overall well-being. Polyvagal theory, which was developed by Dr. Stephen Porges in the 1990s, offers a compelling explanation of how our vagus nerve, an important part of the autonomic nervous system, plays a central role in our emotional and social experiences. The theory suggests that the vagus nerve is key to understanding our body's responses to stress and danger, and how these responses can shape our mental health. The autonomic nervous system comprises of the sympathetic and parasympathetic systems. Its role is to prepare our body to respond to threat or enable safety. In other words, the sympathetic system activates us for fight or flight, while the parasympathetic system encourages us to rest and digest, or restore our resources for when needed again. Therefore, the vagus nerve plays a pivotal role in shifting us between these states, thereby maximizing our energy. However, if our bodies frequently enter into a state of high alert, or if they struggle to return to a relaxed state, we might experience mental health issues such as anxiety disorders, depression, and PTSD. Polyvagal theory also introduces the concept of neuroception, which describes how our nervous system automatically scans our environment for cues of safety or danger. This unconscious surveillance can significantly impact our emotional state. If our neuroception detects threat, our body shifts into fight or flight mode. This shift can be helpful in the short term, but when prolonged, frequent, or intense, can contribute to mental health issues by dysregulating the stress response system. Furthermore, the polyvagal theory gives us a fresh perspective on how our social behavior impacts our mental health. According to Porges' theory, the vagus nerve enables or blocks us from connecting with others, a concept known as the social engagement system. When our neuroception perceives safety, the social engagement system creates feelings of trust and calm, positively influencing our preference to connect and protecting our mental well-being. To conclude, the polyvagal perspective highlights the close links between our physiology and mental health. It emphasizes the importance of understanding our body's responses to stress and safety, the significance of our social engagement system, and the role of our autonomic nervous system in our mental well-being. As we further explore these connections in the following sections, we'll delve deeper into how this perspective can support our understanding and management of specific mental health conditions. Polyvagal theory and stress responses. Stress is an unavoidable part of human life. It is a natural and often instinctive and automatic reaction to prepare us to act, such as fight, flight, or freeze. These responses involve emotions, thoughts, and actions that happen very quickly to efficiently address any danger. When the stress is appropriate and relevant to our situation, it helps us stay alert, motivated, and ready to avoid danger. But it is unhelpful and harmful when it is sustained or we overreact to something overestimated. Such chronic or acute stress is often the precipitate of mental health issues. Here, the polyvagal theory explains how our body responds to stress and how these responses can be linked to our mental health. So, how does it work? The sympathetic nervous system, a branch of our autonomic nervous system, activates when we perceive danger or stress. It prepares our bodies for a fight or flight response with the objective to keep us safe and alive. The physiological changes like an elevated heart rate, blood pressure, and adrenaline levels enable us to act quickly to counter the threat. Once the threat passes, the parasympathetic nervous system, primarily mediated by the vagus nerve, should ideally take over, calming the body and bringing it back to a state of rest and digest. However, problems can arise when our bodies are unable to shift back to this relaxed state due to constant stress or perceived threats, leading to what is known as chronic sympathetic activation. This chronic activation can result in mental health conditions like anxiety disorders and depression. The polyvagal theory suggests that if the vagus nerve's function is compromised, it might lead to difficulties in managing stress, leading to similar mental health outcomes. This connection between stress responses and mental health underlines the importance of maintaining a healthy balance in our autonomic nervous system's activity. By nurturing our rest and digest response and managing our fight or flight response effectively, we can promote better mental health. The polyvagal perspective also highlights the importance of our body's ability to perceive safety, termed neuroception. When our neuroception continually perceives threat, even in the absence of real danger, it can contribute to chronic stress and anxiety. Understanding this concept can help us develop strategies to recalibrate our neuroception, encouraging it to perceive safety more often, thus alleviating chronic stress responses. In the next few sections, we explore further how the polyvagal theory can be used to understand some of the more prevalent mental health conditions, including anxiety disorders, depression, and PTSD, which are closely linked to our body's stress responses. Therefore, understanding these links can provide us with valuable insights into managing these conditions more effectively. Polyvagal theory and anxiety disorders. Mood disorders, in particular anxiety and depression, are the most prevalent mental health conditions worldwide. They involve excessive and prolonged feelings of fear and anxiety that can significantly interfere with daily activities. The polyvagal theory offers a physiological perspective on these disorders, suggesting a link between the functioning of the vagus nerve and the symptoms of anxiety. The polyvagal theory posits that most people presenting with anxiety disorders have an overactive sympathetic nervous system. Since this part of our autonomic nervous system is responsible for our fight or flight responses, this can result in a constant state of hyperarousal or vigilance that is not aligned with the real situation. As such, they suffer from symptoms like a racing heart, quick breathing, and feelings of restlessness and worry that are debilitating to their functioning. Simultaneously, the theory proposes that these individuals might also have a compromised functioning of the vagus nerve, which plays a vital role in the parasympathetic nervous system's rest and digest response. When functioning optimally, the vagus nerve should help calm the body down after a stressful event, reduce the heart rate, slow breathing, and create feelings of calm and relaxation. But if the vagus nerve's functioning is not healthy, individuals may struggle to switch off their fight or flight response, contributing to chronic anxiety. A key component of this link between the polyvagal theory and anxiety disorders is the concept of neuroception, our body's subconscious ability to detect safety or threat in our environment. In people with anxiety disorders, this neuroception might be skewed, leading them to perceive threats even in safe environments. This faulty neuroception can trigger an unwarranted fight or flight response, manifesting as anxiety. Understanding this polyvagal perspective can lead to innovative approaches for managing anxiety disorders. For instance, therapies and exercises that promote vagal tone, the health of the vagus nerve, could be beneficial. These might include breathing exercises, mindfulness meditation, yoga, and even social interaction, as the theory suggests that feeling socially connected can also help activate our rest and digest response. Moreover, understanding this perspective can help individuals with anxiety disorders make sense of their experiences. Knowing that their symptoms may be linked to their nervous system's responses can reduce self-blame and stigma. It also underscores the importance of nurturing a sense of safety, both physically and emotionally, as a strategy to manage anxiety. In the next section, we explore how the polyvagal theory can be applied to understand another common mental health condition, depression. Polyvagal theory and depression. Depression poses another significant global health concern, characterized mainly by persistent negative feelings like hopelessness or sadness that trigger a lack of interest or pleasure during participation in activities. However, there has been insight into possible treatment avenues through understanding depression's biological underpinnings by leveraging insights offered through the polyvagal theory. An increasingly popular notion describes depression as resulting from dysregulation issues fundamentally linked to an active parasympathetic nervous system, dominated by the vagus nerve. With this weakening comes an imbalanced response through reduced activation of rest and digest mode, leading to vulnerability towards fatalistic states influencing depressive symptoms. Thus, the vagus nerve's contributions in mood regulation are highly crucial since it regulates production and release of mood-related neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine. Any disruption in this regulatory function could result in an imbalance incidence, commonly seen amongst individuals with depression. Additionally, such individuals often exhibit low vagal tone that limits their ability to disengage from stress or danger proactively. Further findings attribute low vagal tone with poor emotional regulation alongside reduced resilience to stress. Occurrences strongly linked to manifesting depressive symptoms similar to chronic neural shutdown responses. Taking the polyvagal theory perspective towards addressing depression ought to emphasize improving patients' vagal tone through specific interventions like exercises aimed towards mindfulness, meditation, and breathing techniques, as well as improved social engagement activities. These interventions help enhance stress response regulation while promoting relaxation response, leading toward alleviating and addressing depressive symptoms better. Also, having an enhanced appreciation for how depression intersects with the polyvagal theory can benefit those living with this mental health condition, as well as their caregivers, in developing greater empathy while minimizing stigma. This viewpoint emphasizes that one's struggle with depression does not result from individual weaknesses or character defects. Rather, it represents a natural response to life's deep-seated stresses, which can be grasped, regulated, and effectively treated. Subsequently, we will explore how this theory correlates to PTSD in the next segment. Polyvagal theory and PTSD. Before concluding this chapter, it is important to examine how trauma impacts individuals both psychologically and physiologically. Our attention turns specifically to post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, a harmful disorder that frequently stems from experiencing traumatic events. It is characterized by recurrent, intrusive recollections of the event, avoidance of reminders, alterations in arousal and reactivity, and negative alterations in mood and cognitions. The polyvagal theory provides a unique framework for understanding how trauma can affect the body's physiology and result in the complex symptoms observed in PTSD. In a traumatic situation, the body's safety system may fail to function properly. According to the polyvagal theory, the autonomic nervous system could get locked into a chronic state of fight or flight, sympathetic dominance, or even into the more primitive freeze response, dorsal vagal dominance. This chronic dysregulation can manifest in numerous ways, such as hypervigilance, a common symptom where the person is excessively aware of signs of danger. Other symptoms include chronic anxiety, insomnia, and emotional dysregulation. Furthermore, trauma can also disrupt the body's ability to detect safety, impairing social engagement behaviors, and leading to feelings of disconnection or isolation, common in individuals with PTSD. Here, the polyvagal theory underscores the significance of social bonds and perceived safety in our environment for maintaining mental well-being. The polyvagal theory also points towards novel therapeutic avenues for PTSD. Interventions aimed at restoring autonomic regulation, such as trauma-sensitive yoga or certain types of body-based psychotherapy, have shown promise. These practices can help rebalance the autonomic nervous system, promote feelings of safety, and aid recovery. In sum, the polyvagal theory offers not just a powerful lens to understand mental health conditions like anxiety, depression, and PTSD, but also informs novel and effective strategies for their treatment. By considering the biophysiological roots of these disorders, the theory facilitates a more compassionate and holistic approach to mental health. Applying polyvagal theory to improve communication and relationships. In the fourth chapter, we shift our focus to the practical application of the polyvagal theory in our day-to-day interactions and relationships. Without applying theory in practice, we lose the value of our new insights. Understanding our physiological responses through the lens of the polyvagal theory can profoundly enhance our communication skills, our ability to empathize with others, and our capacity for resolving conflicts. It also offers insights that can help us build secure and fulfilling relationships. The following sections delve into each of these aspects, offering not only an in-depth understanding, but also practical strategies and exercises to empower you in enriching your social connections and interactions. The polyvagal theory and emotional regulation. The polyvagal theory opens up a new realm of understanding when it comes to emotional regulation, offering us a physiological perspective on why we feel what we feel and how we can better manage our emotional states. Emotional regulation is the process by which individuals influence which emotions they have, when they have them, and how they experience and express these emotions. It is a critical component of our mental well-being and plays a significant role in our interactions and relationships. According to the polyvagal theory, our emotional responses are closely tied to the functioning of our autonomic nervous system, and particularly the vagus nerve. As explained in earlier chapters, our nervous system operates on a hierarchy of responses: social engagement, ventral vagal complex; fight or flight, sympathetic nervous system; and freeze or shut down, dorsal vagal complex responses. These responses are automatic and are influenced by our inclined state of mind and perception of safety or threat in our environment. In the context of emotional regulation, this understanding is empowering. It tells us that our emotions are not something abstract, arbitrary, or entirely under the sway of conscious control. Instead, they are part of an adaptive response system designed to help us navigate our environment effectively, primarily to thrive, cope, or survive. For instance, feelings of anxiety may be linked to our body's fight or flight response, while feelings of disconnection or numbness may be associated with the freeze response. When we perceive our environment as safe, we are more likely to feel calm, connected, and open to social engagement. So, how can we use this understanding to enhance our emotional regulation? A key strategy is to cultivate a sense of safety, both internally and in our environment. Internal safety can be developed through practices like mindful breathing, meditation, or yoga, which have been found to stimulate the vagus nerve and promote a state of rest and digest. On the other hand, environmental safety can be nurtured by building supportive relationships, creating a soothing, secure, and comfortable physical environment, and developing routines that provide predictability and stability. Moreover, by understanding our emotional reactions as part of our body's adaptive response system, we can approach our feelings with greater compassion and curiosity rather than judgment, fear, or shame. This shift in perspective can make it easier for us to explore our emotions, understand their roots, and to navigate them more effectively. In summary, the polyvagal theory provides us with a map to understand our emotional landscape and offers us practical strategies to enhance our emotional regulation. In the following sections, we look deeper into how these insights can be applied to improve communication and relationships. The role of polyvagal theory in building empathy. Empathy, the capacity to understand and share the feelings of others, is a cornerstone of successful interpersonal relationships. it enables us to connect deeply with others, build rapport, and foster mutual understanding. The polyvagal theory offers a fascinating physiological perspective on empathy and gives us tools to enhance our empathetic responses. According to the polyvagal theory, our capacity for empathy is closely tied to the functioning of our ventral vagal complex, which supports social engagement and feelings of connection. When we feel safe and our ventral vagal system is active, we are more open to social engagement and more capable of empathy and trust. Conversely, when we perceive threat and our fight or flight or freeze responses are activated, our capacity for empathy is diminished as our priority becomes safety and survival. This physiological understanding helps explain why we might struggle with empathy in certain situations. For instance, during times of high stress, our body is more likely to be in a fight or flight state, making it harder for us to connect empathetically with others. Similarly, if we have experienced trauma or prolonged periods of stress, our body might be prone to a freeze response, which can also inhibit our ability to empathize. Understanding this can help us be more compassionate with ourselves and others when empathy feels challenging. It can also guide us towards strategies to enhance our capacity for empathy. Just as with emotional regulation, one of the key strategies here is to cultivate a sense of safety. By engaging our ventral vagal system through practices like deep, slow breathing, mindfulness, or soothing self-talk, we can shift our body towards a state that is more conducive to empathy. Additionally, polyvagal theory suggests that our capacity for empathy can be enhanced by practicing attunement to help the physiological states of others. This is based on the concept of neuroception, a term coined by Dr. Stephen Porges to describe how our nervous system intuitively perceives the physiological states of others and responds accordingly. By becoming more attuned to the subtle cues indicating others' emotional states, such as tone of voice, facial expression, and body language, we can better understand their feelings and respond empathetically. Finally, it is worth noting that empathy is not just about understanding others' feelings. It also involves communicating that understanding. The polyvagal theory highlights the importance of nonverbal communication in this regard, such as maintaining eye contact, mirroring body language, and using a warm, gentle tone of voice. Such cues can help signal safety to others' nervous systems, making it easier for them to open up and feel understood. In this way, we achieve co-regulation, reciprocally sending and receiving cues of safety, by recognizing and resonating with the vagal tone of another person. In conclusion, the polyvagal theory provides a unique physiological perspective on empathy, linking it closely with our perception of safety and the functioning of our autonomic nervous system. By using these insights, we can cultivate our empathetic responses, enhancing our relationships and interpersonal interactions. Polyvagal theory in conflict resolution. Conflict is an inevitable part of human relationships, but how we handle these conflicts defines the quality of our interactions and relationships. The polyvagal theory offers invaluable insights into conflict resolution, highlighting the vital role of our nervous system's responses in the way we perceive and manage disagreements. When we are engaged in conflict, our body's response can often mimic that of a perceived threat. Our sympathetic nervous system, which controls the fight or flight response, may be triggered, leading to heightened tension and a potential escalation of the conflict. Here, polyvagal theory provides an enlightening perspective. By being aware of and understanding our physiological responses during conflicts, we can develop strategies to manage situations more effectively. In essence, to resolve conflict constructively, we need to shift from a state of fight or flight, or freeze for that matter, to a state of social engagement, as governed by the ventral vagal system, which is not always the intuitive choice. When our ventral vagal system is active, we are in a state of safety and connectedness, and we are better able to communicate, listen, and collaborate, skills that are crucial for effective conflict resolution. So, how can we make this shift? One strategy involves switching on an internal sense of safety. When we feel threatened during a conflict, our immediate reaction might be to defend our stance aggressively, fight, or withdraw from the conversation, flight or freeze. However, by using self-regulation techniques such as deep, slow breathing, a mindful state of mind, or self-soothing talk, we can help ourselves feel safer and more grounded. This can create the space we need to respond to the conflict in a more thoughtful, constructive manner by engaging the prefrontal cortex, the thinking center of our brain, instead of being purely reactive. In addition, we can use our understanding of the polyvagal theory to help create a safer environment for conflict resolution. This involves using nonverbal cues such as maintaining eye contact, using a calm voice, and adopting a non-threatening body language, which can help signal safety to the other person's nervous system. It is also important to listen attentively and validate the other person's feelings, as this can help them feel heard and understood, further promoting a sense of safety. Moreover, the concept of co-regulation in polyvagal theory can be very useful in conflict resolution. As previously mentioned, co-regulation refers to the process of our nervous systems mutually influencing each other in social interactions. By consciously trying to maintain a calm and composed state during a conflict, we can potentially help co-regulate the other person's nervous system, making it easier for them to also shift from a fight or flight response to a state of social engagement. In summary, the polyvagal theory provides a powerful framework for understanding and managing conflicts more effectively. By recognizing and responding to our physiological reactions, and by fostering a sense of safety and connection, we can approach conflicts in a way that promotes constructive resolution and enhances our relationships. Cultivating secure attachments with polyvagal theory. Our relationships and connections form the basis of our emotional health, influencing our sense of self, well-being, and even our capacity to thrive in life. Attachment theory, an important area of psychological research, posits that our early experiences of bonding with our caregivers create a blueprint for future relationships. Within this context, the polyvagal theory introduces a fresh and physiologically grounded perspective on how to cultivate secure attachments in our relationships. Secure attachment is characterized by a feeling of safety, comfort, and trust in relationships, which translates into openness, authentic connection, and balanced independence. As per the polyvagal theory, our capacity to form such secure attachments is closely tied to the functioning of the ventral vagal system. When this system is activated, it fosters a state of social engagement, where we are attuned to social cues, can express empathy, and are better able to communicate and connect with others. Cultivating secure attachments, therefore, involves stimulating the ventral vagal system, thereby encouraging a shift towards the social engagement state. One strategy to achieve this is through co-regulation, a process in which two people's nervous systems mutually influence each other during social interaction. For example, using a calm and soothing voice, maintaining eye contact, or using touch, if appropriate, can help promote feelings of safety and connection in the other person, effectively aiding in activating their ventral vagal system too. Another approach is to nurture our internal sense of safety, which is also fundamental to secure attachment. This can be achieved once more by practicing self-regulation techniques like deep, mindful breathing, grounding exercises, or self-soothing talk. These practices help to manage our stress responses, allowing us to stay calm and composed during interactions, thereby fostering more secure and healthy connections. Interestingly, the polyvagal theory also suggests that our capacity to form secure attachments can be enhanced by improving our vagal tone, the activity level of the vagus nerve. Higher vagal tone is associated with better emotional regulation, increased resilience to stress, and more positive social behavior, all factors that contribute to secure attachment. Techniques for improving vagal tone range from practices like yoga, mindful practices, and regular physical activity, to specific biofeedback techniques where the effects of relaxing and purposeful activities are monitored and serve as reinforcement to secure states. In sum, the polyvagal theory offers unique insights and practical strategies for cultivating secure attachments in our relationships. By understanding and working with our physiological responses, we can foster a sense of safety, connection, and social engagement, which are foundational for secure attachment and fulfilling relationships. Practical strategies for applying polyvagal principles in communication. As we continue to explore different realms of the polyvagal theory, it becomes evident that this biological framework is not merely of theoretical or academic interest. Instead, it holds practical relevance and can be applied in our daily lives, especially in the sphere of interpersonal communication. By utilizing polyvagal principles, we can foster more effective, empathetic, and fulfilling interactions. This section outlines some practical strategies for applying the polyvagal theory in everyday communication. 1. Cultivating mindful awareness. As we have discovered, our bodily states play a pivotal role in our social interactions. By cultivating mindful awareness, we can tune into our body's cues and become more attuned to shifts in our autonomic state. Recognizing these shifts enables us to respond effectively to our emotional needs, which can significantly enhance the quality of our communication. This means to be purposefully mindful and attentive to everything we do and experience. 2. Developing emotional regulation techniques. Emotional regulation plays a crucial role in effective communication. Techniques that stimulate the ventral vagal system, such as deep breathing, meditation, or even humming, can help us maintain a state of calm and composure during interactions, thereby promoting healthier communication. Practice recognizing, labeling, and accepting different emotions. 3. Fostering co-regulation. Co-regulation is a key concept in polyvagal theory. It refers to the process of our nervous systems interacting and influencing each other during social engagement. By being mindful of our body language, tone of voice, and other nonverbal cues, we can foster co-regulation and enhance our connections with others while acknowledging and tuning into their vagal tone. 4. Building social engagement skills. Polyvagal theory emphasizes the importance of the social engagement system in healthy relationships and effective communication. Building skills such as active listening, expressing empathy, and demonstrating understanding can help activate the social engagement system, fostering more satisfying and meaningful interactions. 5. Enhancing vagal tone. As discussed in the previous chapters, enhancing vagal tone can help improve emotional regulation, resilience, and social engagement, all of which are essential for effective communication. Regular exercise, yoga, meditation, laughter, and other joint experiences are some of the practices that can contribute to a higher vagal tone. By integrating these strategies into our daily interactions, we can harness the power of the polyvagal theory to improve our communication skills and enhance our relationships. As we close this chapter, it is essential to remember that these practices are not a quick fix or a one-size-fits-all solution. They require patience, persistence, and compassion towards ourselves and others. But the reward, a richer, more meaningful connection with ourselves and those around us, is undoubtedly worth the effort. Leveraging polyvagal theory for performance enhancement. In the arena of human performance, whether at work, in sports, in academia, or even in the routine tasks of daily life, a nuanced understanding of our physiological responses can be a game changer. As we strive to excel in our respective domains, managing stress, maintaining focus, building resilience, and regulating energy become critical areas of interest. This is where the polyvagal theory, with its intricate understanding of the human nervous system and its responses, comes into play. In this chapter, we will delve deeper into how the polyvagal theory can be leveraged for enhancing our performance in various spheres of life. Let's begin our exploration by looking at how the polyvagal theory provides valuable insights into effective stress management. Let's move on to the first subject area, which is how to manage stress to improve performance. The polyvagal theory and stress management. One of the fundamental benefits of understanding the polyvagal theory is its utility in stress management. As we have alluded to before, stress, in its simplest definition, is our body's response to any demand placed upon it, whether physical, mental, or emotional. However, not all stress is harmful. It is our body's way of preparing us to face a challenge, to adapt, to survive. Eustress is the positive kind of stress that enhances our performance and keeps us alert and focused. On the converse is distress, the negative type of stress which, when persistent, increases the risk to develop various mental and physical health issues. In the context of the polyvagal theory, stress triggers an immediate physiological response in our body by signals between brain and body through the vagus nerve. If we perceive a threat, whether real or imagined, our autonomic nervous system, ANS, more specifically our sympathetic nervous system, is activated. This response, often referred to as the fight or flight mode, readies us to either confront the situation or escape from it. On the other hand, when the perceived threat is too overwhelming, our body may trigger the freeze or shut down response, a survival mechanism primarily governed by the dorsal vagal complex of the parasympathetic nervous system. Understanding these stress responses can enable effective stress management. By being aware of our body's physiological responses to stress, we can learn to identify the triggers that shift us into a sympathetic state, or even a dorsal vagal state. This awareness can signal the need for an intervention that guides us to a more balanced state, a process known as self-regulation. The ultimate goal of stress management, in the context of the polyvagal theory, is to stay in, or return to, the ventral vagal state as much as possible, which is the state of safety and social engagement. Self-regulation can be enacted in various forms that range from deep breathing exercises that stimulate the vagus nerve to activities that promote social connection and feelings of safety. The key is to consciously work towards activating our parasympathetic nervous system, which promotes the rest and digest, or tend and befriend responses. This helps counteract the effects of distress and brings our body back to a state of calm and balance. It is worth noting that our ability to self-regulate does not mean completely avoiding the activation of the sympathetic nervous system or the dorsal vagal complex. Instead, it is about fostering a dynamic balance in our ANS, where we can smoothly transition between different states based on the demands of the environment. In simpler terms, this means that we need to take time to observe and think to objectively gauge any threat to determine the best response. In summary, the polyvagal theory offers a physiological framework for understanding our stress responses. It provides us with the tools to become more aware of our body's signals and recognize triggers so that we can effectively manage our reactions to stress and ultimately enhance our performance by maintaining a balanced state that offers us more energy when needed and a clearer mind. Polyvagal theory and focus. The human ability to maintain focus and attention is not just a cognitive process. It is also closely linked to our physiological state, something that is addressed in polyvagal theory. Our ability to pay attention, sustain focus, and manage distractions significantly impacts our performance, whether in an academic, professional, or personal setting. Consequently, understanding the role of the polyvagal theory in these aspects provides valuable insights into how we can enhance our concentration and thereby improve our performance. As such, the polyvagal theory helps us understand that our nervous system is continually responding to signals from the environment, forever shifting us between different states of the autonomic nervous system. When we are in a safe and socially connected state, known as the ventral vagal state, we are more capable of sustained attention and focus. In contrast, when our nervous system shifts us into a state of fight or flight or freeze, it can become much more challenging to maintain focus. The reason for this difference lies in the evolutionary purpose of these different states. When our nervous system perceives a threat, it prioritizes survival over cognitive processes like thinking, focus, and attention. Our bodies prepare to either fight the threat or flee from it. These are processes that require rapid and instinctive action rather than contemplative thought and conscious decision-making. Even in the freeze or shutdown state, our cognitive resources are focused more on automatic internal regulation rather than thoughtful external focus. But when we are in a safe and socially connected state, our nervous system enables us to engage in more complex cognitive processes. Our bodies are not in a heightened state of alert for danger, freeing up our cognitive resources to concentrate on the task at hand. This means that when we're in the ventral vagal state, the thinking center of our brain, the prefrontal cortex, is engaged. As a result, we are generally better equipped to manage distractions, sustain attention, and stay focused on a single task. Understanding this connection between our physiological state and our ability to focus provides us with valuable tools to manage our attention. By learning to recognize which state we are in at any moment, we can begin to influence our physiological state and thereby our cognitive processes. For instance, if we find it challenging to concentrate, it might be an indication that we are in a state of fight or flight or freeze. In such a case, using strategies to shift into the ventral vagal state could help enhance our focus. For example, when becoming aware of distress, taking a moment to step away from the perceived threat may restore objective focus and calm. Furthermore, the regular practice of certain activities, such as deep, slow breathing, yoga, or mindfulness, which are known to promote a shift towards the ventral vagal state, can also help enhance our ability to focus. By incorporating such practices into our routine, we can potentially improve our attention regulation and thereby our overall performance. Overall, the polyvagal theory offers a unique perspective on focus and attention, emphasizing that our cognitive processes are deeply interconnected with our physiological state and tend to disconnect when under acute stress. By understanding and harnessing this connection, we can create an environment that is conducive to sustained attention and high performance. Resilience and polyvagal theory. Resilience is a vital characteristic, as it defines our ability to recover from setbacks, adapt to change, and keep going in the face of adversity. It is particularly important in today's fast-paced and highly stressful world, where we are often faced with challenges and obstacles. So, how does the polyvagal theory contribute to our understanding of resilience, and how can we use its principles to enhance our own resilience? The polyvagal theory, with its emphasis on the body's automatic responses to environmental stressors, indeed provides a unique and insightful perspective on resilience that we can use to make our performance more robust. According to this theory, resilience is not just a product of our mindset or conscious efforts, but is deeply rooted in our physiological responses to stress and danger. In simpler terms, the ability to thoughtfully react to one's environment reinforces resilience. The ventral vagal complex, VVC, which is associated with the social engagement system, plays a crucial role in resilience. When we feel safe, the VVC is active, promoting social engagement, positive emotions, and healthy physiological states. This allows us to respond flexibly to life's challenges, bounce back from setbacks, and maintain a positive outlook. However, under severe stress or threat, the VVC can become deactivated, leading to a state of fight or flight associated with the sympathetic nervous system, or freeze associated with the dorsal vagal complex. In this way, the polyvagal theory links resilience to the state of our autonomic nervous system. Therefore, enhancing our resilience involves improving our physiological capacity to maintain or return to the safe state associated with the VVC, even under stress. This is where the concept of vagal tone, which we discussed in previous chapters, comes into play. A higher vagal tone is associated with better emotional regulation, social engagement, and stress management, all key elements of resilience. The polyvagal theory also provides an explanation for why social support is so vital for resilience. According to the theory, social engagement, characterized by facial expressiveness, vocal communication, and feelings of safety in relationships, stimulates the VVC and helps maintain a physiological state conducive to resilience through safety and purpose. This is one of the reasons why individuals with a strong social network often demonstrate higher resilience in the face of adversity. But how can we apply this knowledge to enhance our own resilience? One approach is to work on enhancing our vagal tone, which can be achieved through practices like mindful breathing, yoga, and meditation. Additionally, fostering meaningful social connections and working on our communication skills, as suggested in the previous chapter, can also help stimulate the VVC and promote resilience. Lastly, recognizing when we are in a fight or flight or freeze state and using self-regulation strategies to return to a safe state can be a powerful tool for building resilience. In summary, the polyvagal theory provides a physiological perspective on resilience, emphasizing the role of the autonomic nervous system and particularly the VVC in our ability to bounce back from adversity. By understanding these principles, we can take concrete steps to enhance our own resilience, helping us to navigate life's challenges more effectively. The role of polyvagal theory in energy regulation. The concept of energy regulation might seem fuzzy, but it is a critical component of performance. Energy, in this context, refers to our physical, mental, and emotional resources that we utilize throughout the day to meet the demands of our lives. In a state of optimal energy regulation, we experience a sense of vitality, alertness, and readiness to engage with our environment. Conversely, when energy regulation is disrupted, we might feel fatigued, demotivated, frustrated, or overwhelmed. This is another area where the polyvagal theory provides useful insights. At its core, the theory posits that our autonomic nervous system, and more specifically our vagus nerve, plays a crucial role in our body's energy regulation. Remember that the vagus nerve is part of our body's rest and digest system, which helps to conserve energy, promote healing, and maintain homeostasis. When we're in a state of safety or social engagement, the myelinated vagus nerve, the component of the ventral vagal complex, helps to keep our energy expenditure in check, enabling us to rest, rejuvenate, and restore our energy reserves. However, when we perceive danger or threat, our autonomic nervous system shifts towards a fight or flight response, overseen by the sympathetic nervous system. This response is energy intensive as it requires rapid mobilization of resources, such as blood supply and adrenaline, to cope with the perceived threat. Especially when sustained, activation of the fight or flight response can lead to energy depletion, chronic stress, and ultimately burnout, significantly impairing our performance. Therefore, understanding the polyvagal theory can help us recognize when our energy regulation is off balance and guide us in restoring equilibrium. For instance, signs of being stuck in the fight or flight mode might include chronic tension, difficulty relaxing, and persistent feelings of restlessness or agitation. By applying the same polyvagal-informed strategies, such as deep breathing, social connection, and mindful self-regulation, we can stimulate the myelinated vagus nerve to bring our system back to a state of rest and digest, facilitating optimal energy regeneration and regulation. Moreover, the polyvagal theory can help us become more attuned to our body's subtle signals of energy depletion, enabling us to take proactive steps to rest and recharge before hitting the point of exhaustion. In short, we are more attentive to recognize cues of a lack of energy and understand where it comes from. It highlights the importance of maintaining a balance between activity and rest, and between engagement and disengagement, in managing our energy levels effectively. In essence, the polyvagal theory offers a powerful framework for understanding and managing our energy regulation, contributing to enhanced performance across various domains of life. By tuning into our body's cues and aligning with our innate physiological rhythms, we can optimize our energy regulation, fostering greater vitality, resilience, and well-being. Practical strategies for performance enhancement through polyvagal principles. As mentioned before, practice must follow theory. It is only through action based on understanding that we reap the benefits. Translating the insights of the polyvagal theory into concrete actions can lead to performance enhancement in multiple areas of life. Let's explore some practical strategies grounded in the principles of the polyvagal theory to effectively manage stress, improve focus, build resilience, and regulate energy, thereby optimizing performance. 1. Mindful breathing. Deep, slow, and rhythmic breathing is one of the simplest and most effective strategies to activate the ventral vagal complex and promoting a sense of calm, focus, and equilibrium. This kind of mindful breathing can be particularly beneficial before engaging in tasks that require high concentration of dealing with challenging situations. 2. Grounding techniques. Grounding is a set of techniques aimed at helping you reconnect with the present moment, often through focusing on physical sensations. This can help counteract the disorienting effects of stress and anxiety, enhancing focus and presence. Examples include mindfulness meditation, progressive muscle relaxation, and nature walks while focusing on your sensory experiences. 3. Social connection. As the polyvagal theory emphasizes, the ventral vagal complex is heavily involved in social engagement. Regular, meaningful social interactions stimulate this system, promoting feelings of safety, reducing stress, and enhancing overall well-being. Make time for social activities that you enjoy and that foster positive connections. 4. Regular physical activity. Moderate exercise is a potent stimulator of the ventral vagal complex, helping to manage stress and maintain energy levels. Regular physical activity can improve mood, increase focus, and boost overall performance. 5. Balanced nutrition. Our diet can significantly influence the functioning of the nervous system. Consuming a balanced diet rich in fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and healthy fats can support optimal neurological function and energy regulation. 6. Adequate rest and recovery. As the polyvagal theory highlights, rest is a crucial part of maintaining balance in our autonomic nervous system and conserving energy. Ensure you are getting sufficient sleep and taking regular breaks during periods of work or study to allow your system to rejuvenate. Applying these polyvagal-informed strategies requires regular practice and self-compassion. While not expecting changes to happen overnight, remember that consistency will lead to noticeable improvements in stress management, focus, resilience, and energy regulation, ultimately enhancing performance. To conclude, the polyvagal theory offers a robust framework to understand and enhance human performance. By leveraging its principles, we can better understand and recognize our physiological responses to different situations, learn to manage our energy levels more effectively, and cultivate practices that lead to better stress management, improved focus, and greater resilience. In short, understanding and applying the principles of the polyvagal theory can significantly improve our ability to perform and succeed in different aspects of life. Integrating polyvagal practices into daily life. As previously indicated, the power of polyvagal theory lies not only in its insights into our nervous system's inner workings, but more so in its practical applications for everyday life. This chapter aims to empower you with knowledge and techniques to effectively utilize the principles of the polyvagal theory in your routine. We explore the essence of polyvagal practices, delve into exercises that enhance vagal tone, introduce mindfulness strategies rooted in polyvagal theory, discuss applications for sleep and relaxation, and finally, guide you on integrating these practices seamlessly into your daily life. By applying the power of the polyvagal theory, you can actively contribute to your physical health, emotional stability, and overall well-being. Understanding polyvagal practices. Polyvagal practices refer to the application of polyvagal theory principles in tangible, actionable ways that help manage stress, improve emotional regulation, and promote a sense of safety and social connection. The theory's core emphasis is on understanding the body's physiological responses, enabling you to consciously influence them to enhance well-being. These practices engage our biology, which leverage our body's built-in mechanisms for self-soothing and regulation. By engaging our social engagement system, the branch of our nervous system associated with feelings of safety, relaxation, and social interaction, polyvagal practices aim to tip the balance away from defensive states, fight, flight, freeze, towards a state of calm and connection. These activities can take many forms, including specific breathing techniques, mindfulness exercises, physical activities, and ways of enhancing social interaction. One fundamental idea underpinning these practices is the notion of neuroception, our nervous system's automatic subconscious detection of safety or danger. By understanding our neuroception, we can influence it, thereby better managing our body's responses to the world around us. The goal is not to eliminate stress or avoid negative experiences, as these are inevitable parts of life, but to enhance our capacity to navigate them effectively and recover quickly and thoroughly in order to improve performance and enhance happiness. Practices for enhancing vagal tone. New possibilities of well-being open up when you start to understand the significance of the vagus nerve and its tone in your life. The term vagal tone points to the health and function of your vagus nerve. It is about how effectively this important nerve can perform its duties, which ultimately impact your physical health, your ability to regulate emotions, and your resilience to stress. As your vagus nerve health improves, so too will its vagal tone and overall well-being. So, the question you're probably asking is, how can one enhance their vagal tone? The good news is that we are about to share several strategies that can assist you on this journey. Deep breathing. One of the easiest and most effective ways to stimulate and increase vagal tone is through deep, mindful breathing. Your respiratory system and vagus nerve share a special connection, so this approach may work especially well in stimulating this nerve. As you take slow, deep breaths, it acts like you are sending a relaxing signal directly to the vagus nerve. The nerve responds, in turn, by helping your body switch to a state of relaxation. You can try this practice of mindful, diaphragmatic breathing daily. Place yourself in a peaceful environment and focus on your breathing. Inhale slowly through your nose, then exhale gently out through your mouth. Do not focus on how many breaths you take every minute. Rather, try breathing in deeply and mindfully as much as possible. Physical exercise. Physical exercise is another effective way of enhancing your vagal tone. Regular, moderate-intensity physical activity, such as walking, swimming, or cycling, can have an incredible effect on vagal tone. It does so by altering heart rate and blood pressure, two vital variables controlled by the vagus nerve. Interestingly, it is not about exercising intensively, but more about maintaining a regular, moderate level of physical activity that is typically more beneficial for your vagal tone. Social interaction. In third place, let us not forget the powerful role of social interaction as a way of enhancing our vagal tone. The vagus nerve is a crucial part of our social engagement system, and positive, supportive interactions can stimulate it. Engaging in social activities that bring joy, spending quality time with loved ones, building and maintaining positive social connections, all of these can contribute to a higher vagal tone. Mindfulness and meditation. Yoga, Tai Chi, and meditation are all forms of mind-body practices that can work wonders for your vagal tone. These practices often combine controlled breathing, physical postures, and mental focus, a trifecta that promotes relaxation, relieves stress, and activates the vagus nerve. Implementing any of these practices into your routine can greatly enhance vagal tone, leading to improved emotional balance, stress resilience, and overall well-being. In our journey through life, understanding and working with our body's natural systems can be the key to unlocking a better version of ourselves. These practices for enhancing vagal tone offer just such an opportunity. As you incorporate these into your daily routine, you would be embracing a path towards personal growth and greater physical and emotional health. Polyvagal practices for mindfulness and stress management. Today's fast-paced world can often leave us overwhelmed, always moving from task to task, and keeping our minds filled with an endless list of tasks and responsibilities. Constant stimulation and exertion can leave us feeling stressed and overburdened, further activating our sympathetic nervous system, the system responsible for our fight or flight response, which in turn activates our sympathetic nervous system, further increasing stress levels and activating it to activate its fight or flight response. Unfortunately, prolonged stress has detrimental consequences, both physically and emotionally. However, by leveraging the principles of the Polyvagal Theory, we can cultivate mindfulness and effectively manage stress, navigating our lives with more calmness and clarity. As improved vagal tone links to lower stress and improved stress management, the methods mentioned before also impacts positively on our stress responses. Let's go over them once more in the context of stress. Deep breathing. One of the fundamental practices rooted in polyvagal theory for mindfulness and stress management is conscious deep breathing. Your initial thought might be, how could something so simple have such an enormous effect? The beauty of this process lies in its simplicity. When we engage in slow, deep, and rhythmic breathing, this stimulates the vagus nerve, one of several nerves responsible for switching our body into a restful state of being, called parasympathetic nervous system. Even just a few minutes of mindful deep breathing every day can bring about significant reductions in stress levels. Yoga and meditation. Yoga and meditation are other powerful practices that combine physical postures with deep breathing and mindfulness. They offer a holistic approach, enabling us to calm our minds while also engaging our bodies in movement. Mindful-based movements, in contrast to instinctive reactions, actively engage the ventral vagal complex, the center of safety and stability. In yoga, for instance, the physical postures or asanas, combined with conscious deep breathing, help to cultivate a sense of inner balance and tranquility. Similarly, practices like Tai Chi or Qigong also blend physical movements with mindfulness and controlled breathing, thereby enhancing vagal activity and promoting stress resilience. Mindfulness meditation specifically is a practice which encourages us to remain present and aware without becoming overwhelmed by what's going on around us. Being grounded in the present moment can be an extremely effective means of stress relief. Studies have demonstrated that mindfulness meditation can increase vagal tone levels, leading to improved emotional regulation and decreased stress levels. Self-compassion. As part of our stress management strategies, self-compassion should never be overlooked. By showing kindness towards ourselves with the same respect that we would extend to a close friend, self-compassion can have a powerful positive effect on our mental well-being and help create positive shifts in mental state. Self-compassion encourages us to accept and acknowledge our feelings rather than resist or suppress them. This acceptance is an integral part of mindfulness and is particularly beneficial during stressful times. Remember, it is not about eliminating stress entirely, which would be an unrealistic expectation. Life will invariably bring challenges and pressures to resolve and act upon. However, by integrating these polyvagal practices into your routine, you can equip yourself with effective tools to manage stress and navigate life with greater ease and mindfulness. In other words, turn your instinctive reactions into thoughtful actions. Applying polyvagal principles to sleep and relaxation. Sleep and relaxation are the next two crucial areas that polyvagal practices can positively influence. Sleep is the time when our bodies renew themselves and relax, making it an integral component of overall well-being. Unfortunately, the constant distractions and perpetual busyness of modern life often compromise the quality and quantity of our sleep. It has far-reaching ramifications on our health, affecting everything from mood and cognitive performance to immunity and cardiovascular wellness. It is here that polyvagal practices can also offer ways to improve our sleep, rest, and relaxation. To start, let's examine how the polyvagal theory relates to sleep. Keep in mind, our nervous system can be divided into two primary branches, sympathetic and parasympathetic. Simply put, sympathetic nerves control our fight or flight response, while parasympathetic nerves handle rest and digest mode. The polyvagal theory proposes that the parasympathetic branch is further divided into two subsystems. Of these subsystems is the vagus nerve, or ventral vagal complex, VVC, responsible for social engagement, emotional regulation, and more. When the VVC is activated, we are in a state of calm and relaxation, which is optimal for good quality sleep. So, how can we apply polyvagal principles to improve sleep? Yet again, we return to an old favorite. Deep, slow breathing stimulates the vagus nerve and helps us enter the rest and digest mode. By including deep breathing exercises into our pre-sleep routine, we can prepare our bodies for an uninterrupted night's rest. To begin, find a comfortable position. Close your eyes and focus on breathing slowly in and slowly out again. Take deep, slow breaths in. Hold for several seconds. Exhale slowly until breathing out is complete. Repeat this several times, letting go of any tension with each exhale. Try to focus only on your breathing, its rhythm and sensation, while emptying your thoughts as much as possible. No matter the initial difficulty, practice makes perfect. Furthermore, cultivating a mindful bedtime routine can make a world of difference. This can involve engaging in calming activities such as reading a book, listening to soft music, or practicing gentle yoga. Creating a sleep-friendly environment can also be highly beneficial. This might include ensuring the bedroom is dark, quiet, and cool, using comfortable and supportive bedding, and keeping electronics out of the bedroom. Another fascinating area to explore is the use of sound to influence the vagus nerve. Chanting and humming are both ways to stimulate the vagus nerve directly due to the connection to the vocal cords and the inner ear. Chanting a simple Om or humming your favorite tune can become part of your relaxation routine. Studies have demonstrated the effectiveness of mindfulness practices for relieving stress, improving mood, and aiding in better sleeping patterns. While we all differ, one size doesn't fit all. It is about experimenting with different strategies and finding what works best for you to build a consistent routine around. Sleep is not a luxury, but a necessity, and by leveraging polyvagal principles, we can take steps towards achieving a more restful and restorative sleep experience. Incorporating polyvagal practices into your routine. Let's now consider the practical aspects of integrating polyvagal practices into your daily routine. Establishing and adhering to new routine can be challenging. Yet, when considering its immense advantages for both physical and mental well-being, you will appreciate why taking on such an endeavor is worth your while. Every journey begins with a single step, and integrating polyvagal practices into your daily life is no exception. You might ask, how can I start? Start small and gradually increase the complexity and duration of your practices. Always remember, big goals, small steps. For instance, you can begin by spending just 5 minutes a day on deep, slow breathing exercises. Gradually, as you become comfortable, you can include other practices like vocal toning or mindfulness exercises into your routine. This gradual approach allows you to gain confidence and foster a sense of achievement while encouraging you to keep going. A key strategy to maintain consistency is to incorporate polyvagal practices into activities you already perform daily. Can you practice slow breathing during your commute? Can you perform a short mindfulness exercise before going to bed? By linking polyvagal practices with existing habits, you are more likely to stick to them. Always bear in mind that no single approach works for every individual. What works for one may not work for another. So feel free to experiment and find what practices resonate best with you. It is crucial to make these practices your own, personalizing them to fit your needs, preferences, and lifestyle. On occasion, you may feel resistant to practicing these mindfulness techniques, and that is perfectly okay. Do not judge yourself too harshly when things do not feel quite right. Rather, focus on being kind to yourself instead. Remember, it is about progress, not perfection. If you miss a day, simply resume the next day. Consistency over time is what matters. Lastly, be patient with yourself. Change may not be apparent immediately, but that does not mean it is not happening. Your body and mind are complex systems, and changes at a deep physiological level can take time to manifest as noticeable improvements in your well-being. To conclude, integrating polyvagal practices into your daily life can yield profound benefits for your physical and mental health. By starting small, linking practices with existing habits, personalizing the practices, and maintaining consistency, you can effectively harness the power of your vagus nerve for your well-being. Remember, it is your journey. Be patient, be consistent, and most importantly, enjoy the process. The profound transformation that awaits you is well worth the journey. In this chapter, we have delved into the practical aspects of the polyvagal theory. We have explored how to enhance vagal tone, use polyvagal principles for mindfulness and stress management, apply them to sleep and relaxation, and integrate these practices into your daily routine. By understanding and applying these practices, you are well on your way to unlocking the immense potential of the polyvagal theory for your well-being. Conclusion. Now that we have traveled the world of the polyvagal theory, we appreciate more how its principles and concepts are infused into our overall well-being and everyday lives. The vagus nerves are messengers between the brain and body, sending signals to and from that try to protect their host from danger and increase survival. However, most of these reactions are outside of our consciousness, and, if unnecessary and exaggerated, become harmful. In other words, if chronic, mental health struggles such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD can develop. In today's world, where fear is constantly peddled by politicians, the media, corporations, and activists as a mechanism to control and manipulate people, we cannot easily escape the effects. That is why the polyvagal theory is so important to consider. It provides a mechanism by which knowledge makes people aware that building practices into their daily routines can block and reverse the effects of fear and instability on our bodies and minds. Do you remember John, the colleague we introduced in the introduction? After seeing him some years later, it was apparent that something had altered him significantly. I inquired further to understand the specifics behind these changes and asked what had occurred since. When answering me, the following explanation came back from him. Me. Last time we met, I suggested you look into the polyvagal theory, and I'm curious, did it help you? John. Absolutely. It has been a game changer. At first, it was difficult for me to grasp what this meant, but once I did so, I saw an incredible transformation take place in my life. Me. That's wonderful, John. Could you please share how it helped you make these changes? John. Sure. According to this theory, our bodies respond to stress and fear in ways determined by how well our vagus nerve is functioning. When I was struggling before, I often found myself stuck in either fight or flight. My life became emotionally draining as I constantly prepared to defend myself, making it hard to connect with people around me. Me. And how did you then apply the polyvagal theory to your life? John. First, I started understanding my triggers, what put me in that fight or flight mode. Then, I worked on ways to help my body feel safe and secure again, such as deep breathing, grounding exercises, yoga, and even just listening to calming music. Slowly, and in stages, I developed a daily routine of the practices that I believed worked for me. As I started to become more aware of my triggers and reactions to them, I could notice when I was feeling unsafe and act accordingly. Instead of spiraling into anger or isolation, I started to practice self-regulation techniques to calm myself. For instance, something simple like taking a moment and stepping back when I felt anxiety or anger coming up. Me. That sounds like a major change. So, did these changes affect your relationships and professional life? John. Of course, the impact has been remarkable. With a more regulated system, I became less reactive and more proactive. I started having better relationships because I was no longer always on the defense, but rather engaged in understanding others' perspectives. Professionally, I am now able to make decisions without the constant fear of making a mistake. I have regained my confidence, and it has been noted by my team. Me. That's amazing, John. I'm so thrilled for you. John. Thank you for guiding my journey in this direction. It has been rewarding indeed. The polyvagal theory truly changed my life. John's testament meant a lot to me in my journey to teach people about the polyvagal theory, to allow more people to know and practice these amazing habits. It may take a while, but if you have the patience to build the principles into your daily habits, you can gain similar benefits that John did, and perhaps even more.
We appreciate you tuning in to one of our captivating audiobooks. For more immersive experiences, here is another audiobook we're certain you'll enjoy. Don't forget to show your support by liking this video, sharing what you loved about this audiobook in the comments section below, and subscribing for more captivating audiobooks like this. Thanks for being a part of our audiobook community.